shelter of the scorching bright sun. Nothing can stop your journey, oh no one. Despite all the doubts, you keep flying, flying. All are crying, you're here last. The time passed so fast, but don't you forget everything that's begun. In the burning flame you shine with a melodious cry. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of glitter. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Embracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glowing red and bold. Go rise up. At times you get dragged onto the pit again and again. Well, just catch your breath this time, go rise up. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant so real beauty. No turning back, come make it back. Embracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glowing red and bold, go rise up. far overdue. Skies are black and no one to call out to. Filtering breath hanging in the cold air. 100 years of glory and sadness too. Nothing could compare to all you've been through. In this long despair, tears are falling, falling. Reapers calling, eyes are shut tight, can no longer fight. But don't you forget to keep your head up high. In this free tool of reapers, the kingdom shines bright. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Embracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory bright and bold. Go rise up. Towards the altar of the scorching bright sun. Nothing can stop your journey, oh no one. Despite all the doubts, you keep flying, flying. All are crying, you're here at last. The time passed so fast, but don't you forget everything that's begun. In the burning flame you shine with a melodious cry. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Embracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory bright and bold. Go rise up. At times you get dragged onto the pit again and again. Well, just catch your breath this time. Go rise up. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back. Go make it back. Embracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory bright and bold. Go rise up.
It's finally time for the redemption arc. Hello and welcome back to SWC 2024, this time for day 3 of the Americas prelims. My name is Evan and I'm so happy to be back at the virtual desk with Thompson and Stoic. How's it going, Stoic?
We're doing great. We're on day 3. It is very exciting. We're looking at naming 4 players to lock in those last spots for America's Cup.
Oh, it's going to be a great day. And Thompson, welcome back to the desk, man.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. So many explosive matches today. So many of my favorite players, LADRILLO, TOPAV, BIGV, RAIGEKI, and lots of really great Brazilian players. I'm so excited to be here casting these games.
Oh, and they are going to be incredible for sure. This is what we affectionately like to call the last chance bracket for very good reason. We find ourselves in that same category of double elimination that we've been in for the first 2 days of the Americas prelims. However, this is the last chance, that redemption bracket. Everybody who you see here appearing today lost at some point in day 1 or 2, and this is their final opportunity to advance to the Americas Cup and have a chance at that $214,000 prize pool. We're still best of 5 the whole way through, and I'm also happy to report that we're still featuring those SWC emblems, the same ones from last year that you can hoard and spend in their own aptly named shop. We're going to be disseminating those in chat via some coupon codes, so make sure you watch the whole thing. Now, everybody, we have 12 players here today, and our goal is to narrow that number down to 4 qualified to fill out the 8 required for the Americas Cup on October 12th in Las Vegas. Then they'll fight for their chance to represent their region at the World Finals. Everything has been leading up to this. This is, by no underestimation, this is the most important part, the most important milestone for SWC in the Americas region so far, Stoic.
Yep, that's right. This is it. Everybody needs to get these spots. This is where there's no more tricks up your sleeve. Those tricks need to come out now. They have to get those spots claimed, or else they got to wait a whole another year for SWC qualification.
Oh yeah, and that's part of the reason why I'm so excited for what's coming up here, because we've already got 4 qualified players. We've got Mini Shini, we have True Whale, Vinny, and Badowny. And those 4 slots at the bottom there are going to be populated by the end of today. We're narrowing down that 12 to 4. So Thompson, looking at this bracket here, is there a set that might particularly interest you or something that you'd say folks should look forward to?
Yeah, surprisingly, we have 2 America's champions in this bracket, one in BIGV, another in RAIGEKI. However, there's also LADRILLO being fast runes, great monster box. But the game that's most enthralling for me is going to be the TUANTUAN, Panda-like, and Topa bracket. They actually all draft really well, and low-key kind of rooting for Topa. So go Topa!
Oh, honestly, yeah, you would not be mistaken for rooting for Topa. Topa's got a very good shot at moving forward. I'm also really looking forward to watching Jeff play again. And Stoic, we were talking about RAIGEKI too. I think RAIGEKI's going to have a great showing.
That's right. I mean, is Draco going to be the unit that takes him to victory? I have no clue, but we'll see, because RAIGEKI, he is a genius behind these units, and he's got great rune quality to go with it, so I am very interested to see the direction RAIGEKI is going to be attacking today.
Yes, and like we were kind of saying, if you got a secret weapon, now's the time to deploy it, because, you know, clearly if we're here, something might have happened, either a pick ban phase error or maybe RNG didn't go in your favor. One way or another, this is the last chance for our first 2 players, Gab and Zex. So Thompson, looking at this match, we got to see a little bit more of Gab, I believe, in the first 2 days of SWC. What do you have to say about Gab?
Yeah, Gab really likes that speed lead, taking that first turn. He also has in the most picked, he's also using Bella a lot. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to fuse his LDs together, like Diva, Bella, and also which speed lead he's going to pick. Is he going to go with Hella, Sagar, Hey Gang, Ramel and Jediah, or Wedget? Let's just see what he's going to do, you know, Chandra.
Yeah, there's tons of options, and that Water Twin Angels, like you said, the Ramael and Judaiah got a lot of good showing, even some pre-bans in the first couple days. And here's his opponent, Zex, Stoic. What can you tell me about Zex?
Dex is definitely a turn one player. He likes to gain that kind of control and have that control. We know the Robos get a lot of use and are able to really be super oppressive against your opponents there. But let's see what happens, because we do know Gab got to go up against Mini Shinny in his first round, and that's how he ended up here. But he went to a game 5, played really, really well against the very fast Mini Shinny. So I do think Gab is prepared for a vast Zex here as we get this matchup.
Yeah, and he's got to be. You know, Mini Shinny was previously one of those big milestone obstacle opponents that we're talking about, of the likes of those big names like LADRILLO, BIGV, etc. Here we go, guys. Gab versus Zex. This is the first matchup in day 3 of the Americas prelims. Take it away for round 1.
All right, let's get things started, guys. We got our pre-bans locking in right here. ZEBOLA and Siga finding themselves in the pre-ban with our very first match, Gab versus Zex.
Wow, Gab has been doing his homework. I would say Zex has probably one of the highest Swift bestest ruins in SWC, and obviously Gab found out that it's going to be ZEBOLA. So I love that ZEBOLA pre-ban. Great pre-ban by Gab.
Definitely a great pre-ban indeed. Ciara is that first pick coming out of Gab, and we got Zex locking in a 33 speed lead already in the form of Oliver. He's going to be slamming down that Hagang with it as well, and, you know, even I've come to find out Hagang as a first pick, it's pretty good.
Yeah, Zex picking that pre-ban looks like he's Zex picking that Hagang looks like he's going to pick another AoE stripper, because that's just how Zex plays, and he's also taking Hagang from Gab. Gab also really likes picking Hagang as well.
Most definitely. That'll be paired up really well if he's able to lock in these Robos, if that's the route he decides to take here. Looks like Gab's going to be showcasing a Veladrill and an Okeanos. Double fire busting out an old unit that's coming to life again, Okeanos.
Picking that Gapsu kind of counters Veladrill a little bit every other turn, because Veladrill's second skill is on a 2-turn cooldown. Zex deciding to pivot. Interesting, because I think he pivoted because Gab took out his ZEBOLA.
Yeah, that's an interesting take right there, that is definitely a pivot when you're drafting that Gapsu with that Masha as well. So let's see what Gab's going to be doing. He's got these 2 last picks. He sees the pivot coming out of Zex, and it looks like there's going to be a small pivot coming from him as well. Not too much, though. We've got a Miles, and we've got a Viva Chill coming out for Gab.
Yeah, this last pick from Zex is going to be kind of interesting. I would even you can't really pick Leo, because Viva Chill kind of counters Leo. So let's just see what Zex is going to do.
Yeah, that's a
Zex
really
also
good
has
point. You're definitely not going to see a Leo there.
Yeah, Zex also has 2 units that counter Gab pretty well, being Masha is going to probably one-shot the Sierra. So let's see how this ban is going to look like.
Looks like that last pick's going to be Volantis being drafted by Zex, so not a terrible unit here. We know this is a great unit to kind of get some control, getting provokes, and a little bit of damage out onto that field as well. So let's see how Gab likes this Volantis as the last pick.
Yeah, we kind of knew that Zex was going to pair up another AoE strip with his Hagang. We just didn't know which one. Volantis being a pretty good pick into all 5 of these Gab units.
Well, the bans are locked in here. We're going to see both Sky Surfers get the bans out. Miles and Oliver banned out here. We got a DAC HP lead coming out for that Gapsu. 24 speed lead for Gab. Let's see what happens, guys. We get into our very first match right here with Zex versus Gab.
Yeah, even though he got the speed lead, but all of Zex's unit could counterattack, as in cut in between all of his units. Because Volantis could cut and Hagang could cut. Interesting to note that the Gapsu is not on Will Runes. Let's see how he's going to take advantage of that.
That's a really big resistor. He tried to reset the Masha, not happening. Defense break's going to land on top of that Okeanos. Okeanos did not take that damage well at all.
Yeah, Hagang's just being so powerful, boosting the Masha up and giving Masha a turn to set up Will immunity again.
Exactly that. Nice little strip there coming out of Gapsu on top of that CR, so glancing is going to get applied to the entire team of Gab, so it's very, very important here. Looks like unit focus looks like he's swapping around here. A little bit of poke damage, attack bar pushback on that Veladrill, but it looks like priority damage is going on to CR this time. Now, we can detonate the bomb. I don't know if he's going to choose to detonate that bomb. We got a little bit more damage coming towards the Volantis, which was a bold decision with the return stun onto Ciara.
Why did he skill 1 the Volantis? Oh no, the Volantis could revenge stun.
It was a bold decision indeed. It got stunned up immediately. Now Gapsu's doing a very interesting thing here. Gapsu got nerfed skill 1 to not stun so much, so getting a stun here on the Volantis quite clutch here for Zex, but more damage once again going into Ciara. That's a lot of dots here. This is probably not enough dots to finish off Ciara, though.
In hindsight, the Oki should have resetted the Volantis. That might have been a better play, but let's just see how this game pans out.
Yeah, definitely. That big heal coming out of Veldril ended up pushing up Gapsu up, so now Ciara is even in a worse position, but it doesn't matter. We've got a Violent proc coming out of Veldril. We've got a Cleanse coming out. He can choose to save his Ciara, which I think is what needs to happen here, but I know he kind of wants to push up this Veldril too.
There are a lot of different types of Vivachel in RTA. There's Swift ones that are kind of scary, and there's also Violent ones. I find the Violent Vivachels more threatening. So great job by Gab.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens, because that's a round 1 victory going in here for Zex, so well done. We're getting into a round number 2, as we find out new pre-bans getting locked in here, because we know those pre-bans from before, that Zebala and that Cigar, they are available as we get into round number 2 here.
Yeah, this game, Zex is going to be able to have his Zebala, so he can really threaten that speed that Gab always tries to get.
Exactly, that's one of the units that's going to get banned out here as well. So it looks like the 24 speed lead, a Ciara is going to be catching a pre-ban, and an Eleanor. That's a little surprising to see an Eleanor in a pre-ban by these two.
Yeah, I don't even know Gab has a Eleanor. If he had a Eleanor, he probably just pulled it, to be honest.
Oh, very interesting. So he already knows it. Zex has done his research. He knows Gab that has that in the box there. So Eleanor catching a pre-ban here. Let's see what Gab's going to be doing, because he's got that Hagang first pick alongside with a Cigar as well. Zex very quick to lock in that Zebala and that Dak Robo. You can see how quick he locked that Zebala down.
Yeah, that Oliver, Zebala, Dark Robo is a great combo, and you're always going to take the first turn, but you don't present enough damage. So that's the difference between Oliver and Ciara. So now Zex really have to decide who he's going to pick to set up the damage for his team.
Wow, look at that. And very confidently slams down a Zima. And then Atomo is going to be the last unit wrapping up Zex's draft, showcasing 2 speed leads, 24 and a 33. Gab looking to respond right now. He does have a very fast Ethna being showcased at the moment with the 24 speed lead coming from the Chandra. So curious to see what this last pick is going to be here.
Last pick could be a Veramos. I think Veramos is just going to be a force ban. But there's also Oliver and Tomoe on the other side, so that's going to be a little bit rough to push through all the attack bar pushbacks.
Oof, man, Gab was very unsure what he wanted as that last pick. It looks like he just in the nick of time locked in that Verti-heal. It was something that he was kind of flashing before, so Verti-heal ended up making it in. Let's see where these bans are going in this round number 2 between Gab and Zex.
Gab was actually trying to figure out which Verti-heal he's picking, the Violent one, Triple Revenge one, or the Double Revenge Will.
All right, there we go. Very perceptive. Let's see what happens as we get into the match. If it's going to be willed up or is it going to be Triple Revenge? We'll find out. Cigar and that Dak Robo catching some bans here. 24 speed lead for Gab, 33 for Zex. Let's get into round number 2 right here.
So now he's going to boost Zima, and let's see if Zima will set up the Cleanse block versus the Hagang.
Woo, and the silences on the Ethna, very impactful. It'll shut down that turn 1 unit there for Gab, but we've got Hagang coming in looking to get glancing across the entire field of Zex. And of course, we're throwing that hug out on the Ethna. Ethna is not known to be very, very tanky, so he wants to protect that unit very early into this game here. We have a little bit of attack power that's going to be gained from this Verti-heal, so Gab trying to get the edge on his opponent very early.
Looks like the common enemy of both players in both games are, from the start, is Hagang. Hagang taking over the game again from turn 1.
Yep, Oliver trying to get a little bit of attack bar pushback there onto the Chandra. Not happening, though. No Despair Stun coming out from this Hagang just yet, but we do have a stunned up Zeman now. We're gaining a lot more attack bar from this Verti-heal. Verti-heal is going to be accruing lots of value for Gab.
Yeah, Zex drafted a team that's so important to take first turn and make sure everything's right in the first turn, but unfortunately Hagang disrupted everything that Zex wanted to do. Hagang being such a powerful unit against Zex's comp. Great.
Yep, it really is.
Great Dark Robo ban.
For sure. Gab's putting Zex in a horrible situation right now, even to the point where Oliver went onto the hugged up Ethna and ended up getting stunned by the Chandra, and that's like such a horrible situation where you have to do that. So Zex is making some very scary moves that he's just being forced to make right now with Gab.
Yeah, interesting to note that Zex went for the cigar ban. If he actually respected the Hey Gang and banned the Hey Gang, this match would have been a lot easier for Zex.
Ooh, I couldn't agree more, but Hey Gang definitely being extremely impactful. A lot of attack bar pushback happening. Another despair stun right there. Tomo looking to try and do absolutely anything for Zex's draft right now. Not even getting a comma there on top of the Verti heal, and this is going to be really, really bad there for Zex. You know, he's up a game, but you know what? Gab is going to be clapping back here, and he's got almost dropping some units here. Oliver's going to be on his way out here. We got a stunned up Tomo. We've an almost dead Zabala, so Gab, he is doing really well.
Yes, Ethna being on the dying breath. You probably want to skill 3 the Ethna just to finish off the Ethna, even though it's because that's such low health. Ethna being so volatile with the skill 2 and the
Yep, for sure. There's a wonderful spare stun shutting down that Tomo. That was a huge stun indeed. And this is where that Verti heal really starts to be so toxic. It was the last pick, and it was a very good pick coming from Gab as well. Oh my god, the despair stuns are rolling in. Zex thought he could maybe clutch that one out there with this Oliver. That's just not going to happen. The despair stuns with this Verti heal is pumping up way too much attack bar, pushing back all of Zex's efforts right now. Landed the glancing is also extremely impactful, stopping this unit from doing anything at all. We have Gab winning round number 2 against Zex.
Great drafting by Gab, and also this time Zex decided not to take the Hey Gang early, and Gab was able to punish Zex for that.
Definitely, it really was. I mean, Hey Gang might even find himself in a pre-ban as we get into this round number 3. We have the CR, we have the Eleanor now available to draft. I wonder if we're going to see another Verti heal. That Verti heal came in super clutch for Gab.
Zex pre-banning the Bison, I'm really surprised he's going to let Gab have his Viva Chell again.
Definitely an interesting ban indeed. No surprise to see that pre-ban though from Gab on the Zabala. Definitely a good unit to lock that pre-ban in. CR is going to be the first pick. 24 speed lead coming out of Gab, gaining some priority.
Yeah, Zabala is a good ban indeed. Zex having this such strong, fast Swift runes. His Zabala is always going to guarantee him first turn.
For sure. 33 speed lead being showcased by Zex and the Hey Gang. He won that first match with an Oliver and Hey Gang. Zex is looking to win round number 3 with that Oliver and Hey Gang once again. Let's see what Gab's going to choose to do here. I think Gab is probably in a world of drafting a little bit better in that first round compared to this round right here as we're getting into this draft.
I'm actually surprised that Zex doesn't like to take the Sierra, because last game he chose the Oliver or the Sierra, and he kind of ran out of damage towards the end of the game as well. And he chose to went back with his Oliver this game as well. So let's just see how Zex is going to go. It seems like they're running it back with the draft, and so it's just up to who they're going to pre-ban.
Yeah, exactly that. We are running it back into that game 1. I'm curious why Gab decided to run it back into game 1. Going to make a better ban decision as we get into this match here. Tomo potentially going to be the last pick here coming out for Zex. Does he want to lock in another speed lead, or is he locking in this Fire Monkey King, which I think the Fire Monkey King is a pretty good decision to make, but that might be showcasing a ban on the Miles.
Fire Monkey King is a great counter for Okeanos, so we'll see how the Fire Monkey King performs. Once Okeanos do Rain of Fire, Fire Monkey King will get 10 stacks right away.
Exactly that. Here we go, guys. We're getting into round number 3 with Zex and Gab. We're not going to be seeing that Miles. We're not going to be seeing that Oliver. Once again, those are pre-bans from that first match as well. Kicking things off with a very fast Viva Chill.
Yeah, also, that's a very fast Viva Chill on Violent as well. Viva Chill providing that fast base speed, making it go first. You also know Gab has good runes on this Viva Chill.
Exactly that. Okeanos looking way better in this round compared to round number 4. He was not able to get the strip reset onto the Masha, but he was able to get it this time around. Landing that bomb. Doesn't have to detonate, but it looks like he's really going to push that detonate. He just wants to get this unit dismounted as soon as possible. We can go with the skill 3 pushing up his team here. Let's see what Gab's going to be doing.
So the whole reason why Gab chose to reset the Masha first game was so he wanted to reset the Masha, proc into AoE stun. I didn't know that was play.
Didn't know that was the play either, but here we go, guys. We've got Fire Monkey landing a defense break onto the Ciara, so it looks like Zek's trying to gain a little bit of ground himself, where he might be losing this Masha soon, but I do think we need to cleanse up this Ciara. We don't want to leave that defense break out here, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing.
All these heals provided by Vivachel and Belajewel, the Gapsu on the other side is going to counter it pretty well.
Holy despair stuns! Hey, gang, getting a ton of value there with that skill too.
I think I see which unit is giving each other a problem, and that's that blue thing on the other side of the field.
That is so true. Heigang causing so much trouble for both players here. It's almost like who can get the Heigang kind of gets the win in these matches here. But we're going to see that big skill 3 going out onto the Ciara, saving that unit with Vivachel. We've got a skill 2. There is Glancing sitting on top of Oki, but we're still going for it, and it does not get the resist onto that Gapsu.
And this is why you pick Belajewel for. So good, providing immunity, AoE cleanse, and a little bit of heal, and also damage from the armor break.
Exactly that. So there's that Ciara. Gab was trying to keep that unit alive, keep it on the field for as long as possible. Zex ended up getting his hands onto that unit and removing the Ciara from the field. Looks like Masha's going to be on her way out as well soon.
Yeah, still a close game, but I think the Gapsu just starting to stabilize the field for Zex. Huge progress.
Exactly that. Yeah, big proc right there, finally getting rid of the Masha, so no more stabilization for that Masha. So let's see what happens. I do know Fire Monkey King and Gapsu, those are very strong units, very difficult units to get rid of here. And it looks like Zex is doing a fine job at trying to remove Gab's units from the field, because it looks like Okeanos is going to be on the chopping block next.
So now Fire Monkey King has 10 stacks, increasing his damage, his attack speed, and also you have Gapsu healing Fire Monkey King, making Fire Monkey King invincible. Seems like Zex has control of this game.
Definitely does. That's a much-needed defense break sitting on top of Fire Monkey King. Fire Monkey King's going to heal himself so much with that big skill, too. But there goes Okeanos. Zex honestly going to be in full control here and getting a round 3 victory. He's up a game against Gab.
I think at this point, you just pre-ban whoever feels like it, just pre-ban Heigang. I don't even see Gab picking Eleanor anyway.
I think that's what needs to happen. I think that would really shake it up here if Zex makes that pre-ban on the Heigang now, because I do believe Gab has first pick as we get into this round.
Right, in each other's head, both knowing that whoever had the Heigang won. I feel like it's favoring Zex a little bit, because at least Zex has the Robo to counter Heigang. But let's just see how the pre-ban goes.
Well, those pre-bans right here, the Zabala and Cigar, they are available as we get into round number 4. We have new pre-bans locking in right now. There it is, the Heigang finally getting respected. It's going to find its way into the pre-ban with the Zima as well from Gab.
And Zex having first pick, I would like to see him pick a Sierra more over Oliver, although he might probably just go with the Oliver first pick.
I think you nailed it. It was definitely going to be an Oliver first pick. I'm definitely expecting Gab to retake that Ciara again here. I know he prioritized it in a lot of his drafts. I think it's a great damage dealer for him. He gave so much time to trying to keep alive and stay on the field here. So let's see what Gab's going to be prioritizing.
Yeah, I think almost whatever Gab pick, a speed lead and speed lead and Cigar, Zex is going to sound down Zibala and a Dark Robo. So Gab's going to have to be ready for that.
Gab's taking his time right here, almost running out of time. Ciara and Velagel going to be the units. Zex very quick to take these 2 units once again. The Zabala, that Dak Robo making it into a draft. There is no Heigang that can be drafted this time by Gab.
Yeah, but Gab still has the Vertigo and the Ethna to outspeed Zex's team.
Yeah, so these 2 units performed very, very well up against Zex now. Vertiheel ended up accruing a ton of value for Gab. So let's see what Zex is going to do about that. And I think we saw the Toma, we saw the Volantis last time. So it looks like naturally Zex is going to be taking these 2 units.
Yes, naturally. I would kind of... I really like the Juno pick, because Juno's kind of not resistance to attack bar pushback, especially with the speed buff. Also counters almost every unit on Zex's team. Now, Gab is going to have first turn. Also, Vertigo is going to provide a lot of volatility. Let's just see if anyone gets the despair stun, especially on Zex's side.
Exactly that. Let's find out. Zex is at match point right now. Gab looking to stay alive. He's got Ethnos kicking things off for him. Let's see if he can set the tone right for his team, because Ethnos got skills available. We're going into a big skill 3, looking to lock down this Dak Robo, and it does get that stun, stops that unit, but there's the big glancing, and even provokes landing on the side of Gab. A lot of value there from Volantis.
Double glance on a glanced up Vertihill. And also note that Vertihill did everything. It was on Will double revenge.
And it didn't work out for him. So there's that more damage, more dots coming out of this Volantis. And of course, there's where the Dak Robo is really going to start showing value. Big skill 2's getting all that attack bar. Big skill 3 to land so many dots here. Is that going to be enough dots there to drop this Veladrille?
Yes, Stoic. That's going to be enough dots to drop the Veladrille.
Oh, so unfortunate for Gab, because he is definitely at match point. Gab, I mean, if he even plants the bomb, I'm not too sure there's much more that he can do. He's going to go after the Tomo, who would have been moving next there. Does get the stun. It's a lot of damage. Birdie heals. Got to use that skill 2 to heal himself up just a little bit, but the initial turn coming at Oliver, and that's going to be ending it right there. Zex in a round 4 victory over Gab.
And with complete control, all the dots in the world. Man, Thompson, what happened? What went wrong for Gab there that allowed Zex the opportunity to get that control?
Yeah, Zex had a whole team, a lot of despair units, and also Gab picking the Will double revenge Vertihill to counter Zavala, but he banned the Zavala, so you don't really need the Will on the Vertihill.
Yeah, turns out, man, Volantis and a bunch of despair units are really, really good. Here we go, guys. Here are the highlights that we saw here, Stoic. This is from round 2 that we're looking at right now with the Etna going forward. What did you think of this round in particular?
That was a really great effort there from Gab. It was that Vertiheal, that was that Ethna that really set the tone, and there was not too much that Zex really could do about the match here. But in the end, it kind of really came down to Hagang. As Thompson was stating, Hagang being on both sides of the teams, it just gave so much effort and like so much utility for both players there. And then we have our match point coming out of Zex, and he pre-bans Hagang for a victory. It worked out so well, where he didn't want to give his opponent that unit. Everything was fine to the draft for Zex in there, and it all was due to Hagang finally seeing a pre-ban.
So stellar. That's exactly what I was alluding to with the round 2, is that, like, you know, in that moment, Thompson, you called it out and said, like, if he had kind of given that Hagang the respect in the pick ban phase and it absorbed the ban, it would have been a lot easier for him. So I loved seeing the bookend to that in the ban, the pre-ban on Hagang in the final round.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely the battle of the Hey Gang.
Big V and ZEFA coming up here, guys. We got a previous America's Cup champion here. Thompson, looking at this one, tell me about Big V, what he's been playing. I see the Kovarchi there too, which has made a big showing so far.
Yeah, Big V been using Kovarchi a lot. It's really hard to outspeed his Swift Kovarchi on Will as well, because he also has a Ragdoll in his back pocket. And if you also go too slow against Big V and want to bruiser him out, he could also pivot to a Doomin. So Big V is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
That's great. And Stoic, what do you want to see out of ZEFA going up against an opponent like that?
Let me let out my really big sigh. Okay, so I like ZEFA a lot. You know, he's showcased consistency, is what I call it, over the years here. But he was not doing that when he was going into his very first match on last weekend. We saw a lot of these one-shots units. We saw a lot of these interesting picks there. Now, these were content picks that we like to call. I don't know if we can do content picks up against a monster like Big V. So I think what we need to see from ZEFA is that great rune quality that we know that he has, that speed that he can bring to the table, and that ability to control and even make a great pivot when it's needed. And that's what needs to happen going up against a player like Big V.
I love that you called it content picks. That's exactly what it felt like. But now, can't do that anymore. It's time to deploy the secret weapons. Here we go, guys. Big V versus ZEFA. Thompson and Stoic take it away for round 1.
Here we go, guys. Really, those pre-bans are already locked in. We've got the Gianna. We've got that Kovaci in the pre-ban. To no surprise seeing that Kovaci in the pre-ban. That is something Big V really wants to utilize. ZEFA, I don't know what he was flashing, but whatever he was flashing, I don't want to see it.
ZEFA was flashing that content you were talking about, the Ian, Light Ezio. It's kind of like a Federica type of unit. I'm surprised that like Big V didn't pre-ban the Tianliang because he also has a Gianna, but he might be afraid that ZEFA first picks a Gianna, so that's also not that bad of a pick.
Definitely. So we're going to see the Water Twin Angels being drafted by Big V with that Cigar as well. We know this combination to be very, very good. We have ZEFA with that Chandra. Let's see what he's going to be taking. We know the Veladrill. We know Cigar can't be drafted. But the Veladrill and Chandra making a great combination. And a Smicer is going to be that next pick from ZEFA.
So far, they're all picking pretty meta stuff, other than Smicer coming out a little bit early. Now, Big V is going to have to figure out how he's going to deal with the Smicer, either with maybe a Sonya to first shot it, or Veramos.
See what's going to happen here. We've got that Masha. Masha's not a bad pick going in here. We know Masha's been providing lots of damage for a lot of players throughout these tournaments here. And we have Laura is going to be coming to the table for Big V.
Yeah, I like Masha to counter Smicer sometimes, but sometimes Masha just doesn't do enough because Smicer has a heal on skill 1 that's really annoying for the Masha. Also, Smicer could bomb the Masha, and also he has a Chandra to protect the Smicer. So I would like to see how Big V is going to deal with this Smicer.
We're seeing a new ZEFA today, and I like this a lot better. So I like this Miles pick, and I do like this, I want to say it's Ariana pick here, the Wind Pudding Princess. I may have the name wrong.
Yeah, this Angela pick is pretty good. He has a Protect the Miles, Protect the Smicer pick.
Dang it, I was so close. Angela pick there. And Dominic's going to be showcasing a lot of damage from Big V. I do like Dominic. I think Dominic can be very dangerous being paired up with those Water Twin Angels.
I do like Dominic more than Cadiz because Big V has been using the Cadiz as a damage dealer on the ladder.
Ooh, that would be super dangerous here. Let's get some bans locked in right now. Thompson, what do we think the bans are going to be?
Well, ZEFA drafted pretty well. I really like the pre-ban. I really like the ban on the Smicer because the Smicer is going to provide a lot of volatility against Big V, and he didn't really pick the units to counter Smicer.
Yeah, I think Smicer can be one of those super volatile units. It's like you can't account for anything. Smicer goes in there and does some absolutely crazy things, but let's see what happens, guys. We got ZEFA, Big V, round 1 right here, and we have that Miles kicking things off here for ZEFA.
Yeah, that Masha being on Will is also really good.
Yes, it definitely is. Let's see what happens. We have a potential third skill coming out here. We're setting up a defense break for our Masha to really take advantage of a unit here. We can put it on top of this Angela, not Ariana, and see what happens. But he is going to be going for the Veladrill, instead not receiving that defense break, but we do get an additional turn.
So that Laura is on Violent, and that Twin Angel is on Violent as well. I don't really like the Twin Angel on Violent because sometimes you're going to skill 1 strip, and then also AoE stun, but there's only 1 unit to stun. But it's working for Big V right now.
And so is that Masha, able to defense break and then finish off that Veladrill there. Now we've got everything provoked up, so it's looking very good for Big V right now. He's shutting down anything that ZEFA can do at the moment. He's got lots of stuns, slows, and the provokes are really going to be holding him back here. No additional turns coming out of ZEFA's units, but ZEFA's going to do all that he can, potentially motioning for a dismount on this Masha, limiting the damage from Big V.
Yeah, now Big V is going to have to play really methodically, and he can't really waste his turn because Angela is going to provide a shield for the lowest health HP unit. So he's going to have to kind of spread his damage around and play around the Angela.
Yeah, there's that shield right there. You can see Big V trying to invest all of his time into getting rid of this Miles here. But we got a big third skill. Needs to strip all these shields. Doesn't strip the shields with the Laura.
Even though Laura doesn't strip the shields, it still provides a huge defense buff and speed buff for her team.
It definitely does. That's great news for Big V that his team will be pretty healthy here because it looks like this Miles is going to be dropping here. Now, there's going to be no more damage really for ZEFA here, just this crit damage Chandra that we have. And we do have the shields and we do have the sustain from this Angela. So I don't want to say it's completely over for ZEFA, but it is definitely looking quite grave.
Yeah, that's the power of some of the LD5s. In a battle of attrition, a violent Laura always wins. You just get so many turns, so much damage, so much cleansing, yeah, and slow and stuns.
Yeah, so much value by Big V right now. He has lots of sustain with these Water Twin Angels. He even still has these the Masha, who you know, oddly enough, loves to crit water to provide lots of damage for his team. And the Cigar is going to be great control. So there's that defense break. There's the provokes coming out here. We have lots of damage with this Masha. Definitely going to be a big V victory in round number 1.
Loves to crit water. Oh my god, Stoic, you're a genius.
You know, it's just what Masha does over the years. Like, you really come to terms with it. I know we didn't have this showcased last week, and I think it was a TOPAV match where we had several turns coming out of Masha and not a chance at watching that Masha land a crit here. But, you know, otherwise, Masha does tend to land that crit on opposite element.
Yes, that Masha versus the Twin Angel matchup, right? It was like 20 glancings in a row, I feel like.
You know, fire versus water, that's how it should be. We actually had a legitimate Masha there where element showed, but not in this match and not often in many matches that you'll see Masha love to crit opposite element. But we've got round number 2 right here with Big V and ZEFA. The pre-bans are going to be the Tian Lang and the Yan Hong.
Yeah, I think Big V could first pick the Ramel and Judaya. Pre-banning the Tianliang was he's probably just going to take turns pre-banning the Tianliang and the Gianna. I think Gianna first pick is a little bit better than Cigar, but it leaves you more open to Gianna counters. Like hey,
a very unsure Big V here. We were cycling through a couple units here, but it looks like Cigar is going to be the unit of focus right now. ZEFA is going to be taking the Water Twin Angels with that Gianna pick here, so definitely taking the Gianna away and the Water Twin Angels. We've got Cigar with the Chandra. We know this combination does work. Are we bringing a Velaju along as well?
Yeah, Battle of the Gianna, you know, and Big V didn't pick the Gianna, so ZEFA took it away.
Wow. Was not expecting this from Big V. I actually didn't know he had a Surgrid. Surgrid's being showcased and locked in by Big V.
Yeah, interesting he picked a Surgrid and not the Kavarchi. Let's just see how the Surgrid is going to perform.
Oh my god, you're right. Wouldn't Kavachi have been a better pick here than the Surgrid? So it sounds like there's a different strategy coming out of Big V, and I love to see moments like this. We're seeing something where we weren't expecting, like we would have expected a Kavachi, but we're getting a Surgrid here. So let's see what the teams for Big V is going to happen. And it looks like Haging's going to get some priority here, which is quite interesting. I feel like we're not taking advantage of Surgrid as I thought we would. I'm curious to see what this last pick is going to be, though.
Yeah, if you don't pick Hey Gang, you know you're just gonna let the Gianna run rampant throughout the RTA battle, so you have to pick Hey Gang. And then the last pick is gonna be kind of weird because let's just see who's gonna combo with Sigrid.
We're gonna get a Shan. Shan's gonna come to the table here, providing lots of damage with that skill too. So Surgrid Shan, all right, this isn't bad damage at all. You know, we're gonna have a nice attack buffed Shun here to provide with a very consistent skill too. See what ZEFA's last pick's going to be here after we see a Shun here.
Yeah, there's actually a little bit of synergy between Shan and Hey Gang because Shan always has speed buff on, and his third skill provides a 2-turn speed buff for the whole team, allowing Hey Gang to always have his passive up.
Minato seems like a very interesting pick here from ZEFA. I know we're showcasing a couple AoE units here where Minato can kind of shine when they're using these AoE skills there, so we can always keep that threat state on top of the Minato. So curious to see what the band's eye going to be.
It has to be the. I thought it was going to be the Hey Gang, but Shan is also a great pick too because Shan's the only unit that counters the Minato on Big V's side.
Yeah, and no ban on the Minato either. Water Twin Angel is going to be catching that ban here. Let's see what happens, guys. We get into round number 2 with ZEFA and Big V. And Surgrid's going to be kicking it off, giving us an attack buff. Everybody's going to be going off right there. So team attack goes right on to the Vanessa, landing the provoke as well with a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Chandra will strip and then the Cigar will provoke. So that's a pretty good Sigrid pick. I didn't know that's how the turn order works.
Well, let's see what happens with this big skill too, if you choose to use it or not. We're looking at a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke damage going towards this Nikki now. I think there's a good amount of sustain for ZEFA. I kind of like ZEFA's draft a lot more than Big V's at the moment, showcasing some damage, showcasing some issues that Big V's going to have to go throughout this match here. Let's see what happens with this big skill too, and it looks like nothing's going to be happening to this Surgrid.
This Surgrid went first. Is also kind of tanky, huge armor break on the Minato.
Definitely a nice armor break indeed. Getting rid of this unit is going to be probably priority for Big V so he doesn't have to worry about all of his skills and where to put them and what to do with them. So we're going to see where the skill 1 ended up being a skill 2 because he already had the threat state up there, so he's not too afraid of it. Glancing being applied to the entire team of ZEFA.
Yeah, you actually can't kill the Minato first. You kill the Minato last, but I think the kill is actually on Vanessa or Nikki. But that Nikki being very low health and also almost dead, you go for the Nikki first.
Definitely a great idea to go for that Nikki. Nikki does not gain the sleep to the additional turn or the violent proc for that matter to get a massive heal there for ZEFA. So it looks like Big V is going to try his best to finish off this Nikki so he doesn't have to deal with this unit anymore.
Yeah, the way Minato is built, pretty much every 4 turns Big V gets, he's going to be lapping the Minato. It's going to be hard for Minato to get the turn. You just don't have to touch the Minato till the very, very end.
Exactly that. So it looks like that Gianna is going to get a lot of focus for Big V right now, looking to drop that unit. Obviously, Vanessa, we do have to be wary about those revives coming out from this unit. So here comes another hug. Does he want to lay this down on top of the cigar, making sure his cigar stays healthy? But it looks like Surgood's going to catch the hug this time. We have a 3rd skill available. He could choose to hold on to it, or he could choose to use it.
So that's a violence Chandra, right?
Did we watch it proc? I can't remember if I've seen the Chandra proc or not.
Yeah, it's just we just got to note that it's a violent Chandra, so that's pretty interesting.
Ooh, well, you have a round 2 victory from Big V. He is at match point right now as we get into round number 3 with ZEFA and Big V.
Yeah, great drafting by Big V. Also, trying to take that Tianliang away from ZEFA and pre-banning the Gianna. This time, he's probably gonna pre-ban the Gianna again, so ZEFA won't be able to use it.
Those definitely would be really good pre-bans. Those pre-bans from last time. Tianlang and Yan Hong, they're available as we get into round number 3. Once again, match point for Big V. Let's see what those new pre-bans are going to be here.
That game was really interesting because when Sigrid 3rd skill with Flag of Ambush, it stripped and provoked that unit. So that was a really interesting tech from Big V. I like the Sigrid pick a lot.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I was super curious to see what he was going to be doing, and I didn't realize it was going to be taking turn 1 with Surgrid to do that big team up and gain so much value out of that. Well, we have those pre-bans locked in, guys, right here. We have the Gianna and the Laura catching some pre-bans.
I always thought Sigrid wasn't that good of a unit because when she boosts, she doesn't boost herself.
I know, it's so strange. There's so many units that, accrue a ton of value for your entire team, but it looks like Surgrid is not selfish and just only helps the team out with that attack bar.
Yeah, Sigrid has that old Wedgeat problem where Wedgeat didn't boost himself, so it's kind of wacky. It goes all over the place, messes up your turn order.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. So it looks like the Water Twin Angels and the Sky are going to be the first picks coming out of Big V with ZEFA on that Chandra Vela and once again Smicer for ZEFA's drafts. Let's see what Big V is going to be responding. Are we going to be running it back to that other game that we had where these drafts started out the same?
Yeah, if Big V slams Masha well, he got Laura pre-banned, but if he slammed Masha, that it's not that good of a counter against Smicer. I like the Vermos pick a lot more. I feel like Big V's listening to me.
Yeah, the Veramos pick, definitely good. We're going to get a Masha in here as well. Masha's been such an incredible damage dealer. Critting on water, not caring about element, and Big V wants that unit on his side of the field now. So ZEFA looking to respond to this Veramos. So he knows about this unit. He knows what it can do against his unit. So let's see what those picks are going to be here.
Yeah, you have to pick the Vermos, or you're just telling ZEFA that I'm gonna pre-ban the Smicer, and it's gonna be hard for Big V to draft.
Exactly. Oh my god, we're slamming down 2 water units. It's going to be a Miles, it's going to be a Chow here for ZEFA. So we're showcasing 2 very difficult units to get rid of from this field here, and they're going to be great damage dealers as well. Both of them being able to take advantage of the defense breaks that ZEFA can land on this field here. So let's see what's going to happen. Big V looking to respond to both these water units and lock. One last pick.
Also, he's probably thinking about which unit could apply slow onto Miles, or maybe just pick a Leo. But he also has an ISIS in his back pocket, Big V, but he didn't choose the ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS is definitely not going to be coming out here. So once again, Dominic's going to come to the table with this Water Twin Angels. Now, we talked about this before. We're setting up defense breaks from the Water Twin Angels, and then Dominic should be going directly after that to potentially remove units from the field here. So let's see what happens. ZEFA has been banning out the Dominic, and he's going to stay banning out this Dominic, and Miles going to catch a ban as well. We have 24 speed leads for both players here. We have Big V, match point. ZEFA trying to stay alive as we get into round number 3 right here.
Yeah, Dominic was a much better pick into 3 water units, but I just secretly wanted to see an ISIS game.
Me too. Content picks. We love the content picks. Let's see what happens. The guy's got a 3rd skill available for us. Looking for a reset on top of the Veladrill. Does get that reset right there. We're going to see what ZEFA is going to try going after here. Looking for a strip on top of the Masha. Gets that strip as well. The silence is coming out. The bomb and stun coming out as well. We have a hug available. Let's see if he chooses the hug. This Smicer or the Veladrill. Looks like Veladrill is going to be catching the hug here with a 3rd skill coming out there to slow some of the units here and push up his team.
Yeah, Smicer won't be doing anything all game because you got a Veramos just cleansing every debuff in the game.
Oh man, and there's Veramos getting big stuns, and we have a nice little additional turn here, so Masha's going to be up for Big V, potentially setting up a defense break for his Masha to take advantage of it, but we do have some hugs, we do have lots of units stunned up on the team of ZEFA.
Very unfortunate Masha proc from Big V because that gives ZEFA proc priority. Also, it blew up the bomb that was about to get cleansed by Veramos.
Exactly that. So here's all the slows being landed by that Chandra. So we got ZEFA trying to get some value for his team right now. And of course, we have this Masha. We know what it likes to do, and we know it likes to crit. Those are big additional turns and big damage coming towards that Smicer. So Smicer, he did take it pretty well. We have a little bit of sustain coming out from this Villager. And of course, those skill 1 Smicer pricks. Look at that. We went from taking huge damage to being healthy once again.
I'm not siding with Big V, but the whole game came down to that Masha proccing, dismounting, and not taking a turn. He would have fast linked and killed that Smicer, but he didn't have fast link available because he got dismounted.
And that was very unfortunate indeed. That proc, exactly like you said, definitely a change of winds there. Fortunate for ZEFA for sure. We're not landing any bombs here, but we have lots of silences. We're getting lots of sustain from this Smicer, of course, with those big skill 1 heals there. Looking to land some provokes, so trying to stop anything ZEFA is going to be doing right now. But it looks like ZEFA probably is looking pretty safe right now. Safe enough to claim victory in round number 3.
Yeah, last week I was saying that Big V always has a problem in his draft where he couldn't bring enough damage. And this week you could really see his source of damage is like trying to use the Dominic or the Masha, and they're just not cutting it for him.
Yeah, exactly. You can really tell he's trying to push out that Dominic, and ZEFA's just not letting him have it. That Dominic has been getting banned every single time. So let's see what happens. I think I'd like to see a change in the pre-bans potentially. We'll alter kind of like a change instead of seeing a repeat of any of the matches that we've already seen. But it looks like Tian Lei and Kavachi going to find themselves in the pre-ban once again. Big V with the first pick here.
I think Big V should just take the Gianna and kind of like just run a protect the Gianna kind of comp, because ZEFA is probably going to pick the Hey Gang, and he could just like take the 2nd turn from Gianna.
Well, there's that cigar catching priority for Big V once again. Let's see what ZEFA is going to be drafting here. So no, we said the Hey Gang, we know the Gianna. Both players have that unit. Looks like the Water Twin Angels getting priority, and the Veladrill as well for ZEFA.
I really like the Water Twin Angel pick. Now who's going to be faster? Is it going to be the Twin Angel or the Sigrid?
I know that was a very fast Sigrid that we saw last time, so let's see what happens. We do have 24 speed leads for both players here already, so it's interesting to see Sigrid. She's back. Oh, we've got the Shower coming back here for ZEFA with the Smicer. Smicer caused a lot of problems for Big V, so no surprise seeing it back in the draft yet.
Yeah, the Water Twin Angel being such a great first pick. That's why people pick Water Twin Angel so much. So now Big V can't really pick his Doomin, and it's really hard for Big V to try to find an opening into ZEFA's draft. Of course, Gianna is always going to be a good pick because the AoE stuns no matter if you're on Will or not.
I think that's a great way to wrap up Big V's draft here. So we're showcasing both Oracles. We got the CR, we got the Gianna. We have double speed leads as well in the form of 24s. This last pick could be a Hey Gang, which would be immediately banned out if that's the route that ZEFA does want to take here. But if you're going to be going with that pick, it's a potential ban on the Gianna already. But it looks like Oliver, we want a 33 speed lead with our 24. So we are showcasing a little bit of threat, but we could be just banning out that 33 anyways.
Yeah, that Gianna is going to get banned because, like what you said, the Hey Gang wasn't picked.
Let's see what happens with these bans. We're running out of time here with 10 seconds counting down. Let's see if the Gianna does get the ban. The Gianna is going to catch that ban. 24 speed lead. The Water Twin Angel is going to be catching that ban. So we have a 33 for ZEFA. Let's see if we get surprised by anything. Or is this 24 speed lead Sigrid going to be taking turn 1?
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see who's faster, the Sigrid or the Water Twin Angel. Water Twin Angel being a really great ban by Big V.
Yep, for sure. We have the stuns going out on the Ashower. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to be holding the bomb as well. See what kind of damage we're going to see here. We're going to see a ton of damage, and that's a big damage dealer getting removed from this field because I do think he should be trying to finish that unit off, and he does so.
That Sierra bomb dealing so much damage, and Sigrid being able to poke a hole with her skill, Flag of Ambush.
Exactly that. So nice little strips here. We're moving all the immunity here. I do believe we have skill 3 on Bellatrix. We don't have skill 3 on Bellatrix anymore. It gets reset by the Cigar. Things are looking very good right now for Big V. And this is kind of where, like, Smicer needs to be that kind of unit that turns things around. And we're looking at those additional turns. We're looking at landing every strip, every single silence that you can do on this field. But this bomb's going to be coming out, and I do think it's really important that it lands on that Smicer. He's opted to go for the Villagewell instead.
It seems like every game, ZEFA prioritized Villagewell, and 2 out of 2 games, Cigar was able to reset the Villagewell. So Big V's Cigar must be really, really good.
I know it's been very, very clutch for Big V, shutting down a unit that Zepha's been trying to play for all of his matches so far. He's able to draft his Villagewell. And we're not, oh, well, we might actually get the Smicer nonsense that we've been looking for. So we get all the additional turns, but not enough Smicer nonsense is going to be happening here because it is 4 units against 1. Big V at match point. He's going to be claiming the victory right here as he finishes off that Smicer. Well done, Big V, on moving forward in today's tournament.
Yeah, Thompson, like you said, Big V looked really comfortable navigating around that Villagewell, which is known to be kind of a problematic unit for a lot of players.
Yeah, I'm just surprised it resetted the Villagewell twice in both games, and it was a really deciding factor. Big V kind of got unlucky on one of the games when Masha got bombed and it procced, and it's just great drafting by Big V overall. Glad to see him make it to the next bracket, having the next.
I think you're right. You know, we're going to see that coming up here too in a second in the round with Chow. This is the one. This is the moment that you talked about, Thompson. This is where Masha is going to Vio proc. It's going to do so much damage because unfortunately, even though the Chow was a huge threat, the Masha was kind of the only hope for that entire team.
Yeah, definitely Masha was the only damage dealer, but I'm really looking forward to who Big V plays next, JEFFBOLADAO, and that's going to be a really good matchup.
Oh, that's going to be so fun to watch, man. Jeff has been really impressing me, and I'm sure Jeff is prepared for both of these outcomes, Stoic. I mean, like we said, doing your homework is so important here, and Big V's got a lot of material out there for people to study.
Exactly that, and JEFFBOLADAO has been showing that he's been doing this. Able to have his matchup against RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI being someone who we call a genius behind these units and runes here. And JEFFBOLADAO, he had him figured out, and he caused so many problems for RAIGEKI. So I'm expecting JEFFBOLADAO to do the exact same thing going up against Big V, to really do his homework on his opponent there, and to showcase something that may give Big V a problem. But like we said, Big V, he's an America's Cup champion. He's someone who has the credentials to get through and make it to Vegas. So let's see what happens later on.
He's definitely one of the favorites of the entire bracket today. Speaking of which, we're about to move into the next matchup, TUANTUAN versus Panda-like. In Thompson, you singled out this one too, and you were looking forward to this match, yeah?
Yeah, TUANTUAN being the only one on in America's Cup with a Berghild, so we're in for a treat.
I love that. I love getting to see some interesting drafts, and even Berghild, one of maybe the top 3 best LT5s in the game right now. I love watching it. It's so difficult to play around, and it just takes way more turns than the average unit, thanks to the passive and the fact that people tend to rune it pretty quick. And then on the other side, we've got Panda-like, who is TUANTUAN's opponent here, Stoic. And his draft, I remember, looks remarkably similar to stuff that you like to employ.
Exactly. So we're looking at very, very turn 2 coming out of Panda-like. We know he has a Nikki on the backfield as well, so we're showing we're probably built to receive here. I like to use these terms. That's how I like to describe myself here. So we're playing turn 2, we're countering our opponent, we're seeing what they're doing, and then giving them a problem later to deal with. So let's see what happens as we get into this match here with TUANTUAN and Panda-like, because I think both these players, they got to watch last weekend to see how each other have been playing, and we have our match right here.
Pre-ban's probably gonna go out to Gianna because TUANTUAN doesn't have a Gianna and Panda like does have a Gianna.
Yeah, that was another unit that wasn't showcased there in the most pick there. So Gianna being a very, very powerful unit that Panda Like is trying to utilize here, and TUANTUAN doesn't have anything to do with that. Kavachi is going to be catching a ban, and the Water Twin Angels getting prio from Panda Like.
So Panda Like first picked the Water Twin Angel because TUANTUAN has a Julian, and the Julian pairs really well with the Water Twin Angel. However, TUANTUAN could just go Speed Lead, Berghild, and a Julian later on as well. He just has so many units.
Let's see what he's going to be picking here, because he does have a lot of things to be drafting. And he's using up all of his time for his very first picks here. And it's going to be a Ragdoll and Laura. We're slamming down some LD Nat 5s nice and early.
Both people are playing mind games. Panda Like taking TUANTUAN's Ramel and Jediah, and TUANTUAN taking Panda Like's Ragdoll, each taking each other's unit.
Definitely. We have the Fire Desert Warrior. I keep screwing up this name all day today. And there's that cigar being paired up with it as well.
Ashar being a really good bruiser versus bruiser matchup, which is what TUANTUAN is providing, and Cigar as well. Interesting to see that TUANTUAN picked the Laura, because Ragdoll kind of counters Laura, so he picked Laura and he took the Ragdoll as well. And Julian being a great combo with Laura, because Laura grants speed buff for the Julian.
Well, I do like this Julianne draft here with this Vanessa as well. We're setting up some defense breaks, and we know what happens when you set up those defense breaks. The light vampire likes to make units disappear. So we have the Angela, not Ariana, the Angela being drafted by Panda Like with one other pick here, and it is going to be Smicer. We're showcasing 3 wind units.
Yeah, TUANTUAN could just pick Juno and then ban the Water Twin Angel, and now TUANTUAN has a setup where Vanessa armor breaks, Laura speed buffs, and Julian just one-shots a unit. So it's got to be Water Twin Angel ban.
As that Juno is that last pick, wrapping up TUANTUAN's draft here. So let's see what happens. Is it going to be the Water Twin Angel ban out or not? I do agree with you that that should be the unit getting banned out. So let's see what TUANTUAN's going to put priority on right now. So we're looking at 3 LD Nat 5s against none. Can Panda Like bounce back? But it looks like the Fire Desert Warrior is going to be catching a ban, and that Julianne.
Yeah, Julian being a great ban, because Julian was like the easiest path for victory for TUANTUAN.
Yep, let's find out what happens. Getting to round number 1, Panda Like versus TUANTUAN. Laura's going to be kicking things off here with a big skill 3, buffing up our team, looking to strip some immunity on the other side of the field. Not getting that cigar, though.
Nemesis Smicer, also no will runes on the whole team of TUANTUAN.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So let's see what happens. Water Twin Angels looking to set up his team here. Looking for some stuns. Does stun up that Juno, so I'm sure Juno's a little happy to get stunned up there.
Yeah, kind of scary bringing like a full team of no will into Cigar. But this Juno's going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, Juno definitely free to use second skill, trying to get a despair stun on anybody, and does receive that stun on top of the Water Twin Angels. So here comes more turns from this Juno, able to cycle so much attack power with that first skill. Looks like Smicer is going to be the priority here for TUANTUAN. Get a little bit of damage coming towards that cigar, and it looks like the rest of the damage is going to go into this Smicer.
This Ragdoll not being on will, it just seems like TUANTUAN just picked the Ragdoll just to take it away from Panda Like, and he doesn't even really have the Ragdoll ruined up. I don't even see it even doing much damage.
No, not really. So we'll see what happens if maybe a defense break lands on the field and we get some damage coming out of the Ragdoll. We'll find out later on when that potentially does happen here. So again, the Smicer seems to be the unit of focus right now for TUANTUAN. And it looks like Smicer may be able to handle this damage really well with all the skill ones, with all the Angela turns, setting up the shield, setting up all of the sustain for Panda Like's team. So I'm curious if TUANTUAN's going to be able to get through all the supports that are on the side of Panda Like.
Yeah, but also Panda Like have to kill the Vanessa first, and the Vanessa is just trying to land an armor break so he could poke a hole for his Ragdoll to deal damage. So right now, it's just all eyes on Vanessa and her armor break.
Exactly that. Nice little spare stun goes out onto the Smicer, you know, keeping Panda Like back from doing anything here at the moment. So we're going to see that first skill there, pushing up his Smicer just a little bit for a little bit of attack bar pushback onto this Laura. Nice additional turns coming out of Cigar, so it looks like he's trying to lock some units down here. And again, Vanessa, the unit of focus right now for Panda Like. He wants to stop this unit, he wants to get rid of this unit, not have to worry about the defense breaks.
Yeah, that Vanessa not getting many turns and not being able to put down an armor break is going to be hard for TUANTUAN.
That actually might be the deciding factor of this match, because if Vanessa does go down and Vanessa's not able to set up any window of opportunity for TUANTUAN, we might be seeing Panda like just kind of supporting and keep his units alive throughout this match.
Juno looks really good into this draft, but against Angela and against Smeiser's heal, it's really hard for Juno to also push through. So you're not going to be able to see any Juno solos this game.
No, I don't think that's what's going to happen at all. And again, this Vanessa is starting to look very, very low. Not the sustain that TUANTUAN needed to keep his Vanessa alive right now, because Panda like doing a very, very good job at keeping this Vanessa silent, so we're not able to get a second skill defense break out there for those windows we keep talking about. And we're getting some despair stuns, though, which are quite fortunate there for TUANTUAN.
Yeah, I mean, Ragdoll still has his skill, his point, and he really has to choose who he's going to armor break, because, you know, Angela's going to cleanse the armor break on the lowest health unit. So he has one opportunity, and we're going to see who he's going to put it on.
Yep, exactly that. So let's see what happens. Vanessa's finally going to be getting a turn here, unless Panda Light can do something about that with the Water Twin Angels, or potentially even the Smeiser, because Smeiser will be taking a turn here. So let's see what happens. He is going to push that unit to make sure everybody's going to cut. He is going to be pushing up his Cigar instead, but no silences are going to land.
Yeah, so now, but he has he could reset Vanessa. Vanessa never getting a way to AoE to armor break.
Nope, no windows. Panda Like is doing a fantastic job at shutting all the windows there for TUANTUAN. TUANTUAN had an opportunity, but he is going to be losing his Cigar. So Panda Like goes down a unit, but I do believe TUANTUAN's going to be down a unit as well, because this Vanessa definitely on its way out, where we do have a lack of sustain here for TUANTUAN.
Yeah, Angela has a passive that reflects damage when you attack the shield. So it's kind of nice to see, like, Vanessa might kill herself if she attacks the shield.
Exactly that. So let's see what happens. We've got big skill damage coming out on the Smeiser. Smeiser did not take that damage well at all from Ragdoll, so Smeiser really needs to start popping off, but getting that silence onto the Juno, not exactly what Panda Like wants, but he does land that stun and that bomb onto the Ragdoll. So we do know the damage is happening to the Smeiser, but HP down and attack up, that bomb can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, actually, TUANTUAN read that turn really well, but I think he might have forgot the Smeiser is on Nemesis. Regardless, you still had to go for the Smeiser kill, because your Ragdoll could proc. It's just, I just think it was really good that Smeiser's on Nemesis.
Wow, I think TUANTUAN might be able to clutch this one out here. So enough HP has dropped to attack up, where this Juno is slamming some damage in. The bomb was enough to finish off that Ragdoll, so it is not over for Panda Luck here.
Oh, you can't attack the shield at this point.
Wow, that is so dangerous. He's going to lose that unit, the shield, the reflect damage. The reflect damage is doing so much work for Panda Like here. A little bit of damage coming towards this Juno. Now, this Juno is killing units through these shields. The attack up is really working out very well for him. I don't think he can skill 2. If he uses skill 2, he's going to be losing his Juno here, but he's forced to use a skill 2. This should be enough damage from the Water Twin Angels to shut down this Juno, and Panda Like will be winning round number 1.
Yeah, we talked about this. Juno can't solo the Angela because Angela and Smeiser just provides too much heal, and that passive with reflect damage came in clutch.
That was a very clutch indeed. The Angela, probably the star of that very first match there, shutting down anything that TUANTUAN was trying to do. The shields were too much. The reflect damage, ultimately what kind of ended Laura's career in that match there. Very, very fortunate for the Angela. Definitely a unit that I want to get in my box as well. Comptos, you know, just hand that over to me, please. I could use that one a lot.
Great pre-ban on the Julian. Panda Like's gonna have a hard time against Julian. Picking that Assure and Smeiser, Julian does really good countering all those units.
Definitely does. So those are your pre-bans. Julian, Ragdoll.
Yeah,
TUANTUAN is going to be showcasing. Exactly so. So he does take the Ramel Judaya. Again, the Fire Desert Warrior getting priority here for Panda Like, drafting that unit alongside this Cigar as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, TUANTUAN doesn't have the Julian to pair up with this team, but he picks Chow as a great counter pick into both Cigar and Shower.
Definitely a good pick. We're already showcasing 2 water units, so I'm expecting TUANTUAN to kind of break that up here, not draft any more water units. Let's see what Panda Lake's going to be drafting for these next 2 picks here. We could be comboing off with our Cigar. We know there's the Chandra. We know there's the Velodrill that can work out really well with this unit, but it looks like CR is going to be coming to the table right now.
Yeah, you know, Panda like still has to pick a speed lead or double speed lead, so he's looking into his box to see what kind of speed lead he has.
And Moore's going to be one of those units alongside with that Ciara. TUANTUAN looking to respond after seeing the AoE Stripper in the form of this Moore, and of course the Ciara as well.
Actually, don't mind Berkhild here, because Berkhild got through. Let's see who he's going to pick on the last 2 slots. Sonya being a great pick, kind of counters Sierra. Every time you see a Sierra, you could just slam down Sonya.
What in the world is that last pick, Thompson? We're seeing a Ada here for TUANTUAN.
Yeah, Arda is not so bad. He also has a Zenisek in his back pocket. I thought Zenisek is decent because you can't really, it lays bombs and you can't really, it's not susceptible to attack bar pushback, but he chose to go with Artemil instead. Also, you never know if the Ryu is on Despair.
Well, that last pick from Panda Like is going to be the Smicer. I do feel like Smicer is an excellent last pick. So it comes down to, are we pre-banning, or I'm sorry, are we banning out the Sonya? Is that what's happening here?
Smicer is going to get the ban for sure, but now he has a pretty good combo in Water Twin Angel. He's going to have Sonya being able to snipe down the Sierra, and then Water Twin Angel boosting up armor breaking and Chow finishing off a unit. So let's see this combo go off on TUANTUAN's side.
Ooh, there's the big skill 3. We have a high defense Ciara. In what world do we have a moment like this? You just don't see that on the Ciara often. It's a unit that you build a lot of attack power. But you know what? We're building Ciara on high defense. It worked out so well for Panda Like here. TUANTUAN's going to have to figure out what he's got to do here, because it looks like all that attention is going to go into trying to remove the Ciara from the field.
TUANTUAN also ran out of time. I know he used Water Twin Angel a lot, but he didn't use it that well because he should have stripped armor break and pushed up the Chow. But he ran out of time because he was so shocked that Sierra was built to counter Sonya.
That is so crazy that that happened right there, and the bombs come out. The Sonya's going to be dropping. Panda Like looking incredible right now. The stuns are going to be going out onto the Ada as well. This is I think TUANTUAN's in a little bit of trouble, and it really starts off with that very first round.
That very first round, yes, and also to note that this Ryu is built on Despair, and Artemil wasn't that great of a pick here. Zenisek would have been a little bit better.
Well, bombs are going to be coming out. There's not much more that TUANTUAN can do about this match here. So the bomb is landing on top of these Water Twin Angels, and just I don't see Chow being the unit to bring things home for TUANTUAN.
Yeah, Panda Like really drafted really well, picking that anti-Sonya Sierra. In the ladder nowadays, every time you see a Sierra, you're probably going to see a Sonya on the other side. So, great job for Panda Like building that Sierra.
Exactly so. I mean, TUANTUAN, I feel like anybody could have fell for that until you realize that that's exactly how it is ruined. So, well done for Panda Like. He's taken this round with, it's a breeze. It's a walk in the pack for him, to be honest with you. There's just not a shot that TUANTUAN had in this match.
Yeah, there was a shot, and that shot came from, at the beginning, the Water Twin Angel could try to armor break the Sierra, and it's built on high defense, right? So once the Sierra's armor broken, Chow might be able to still finish off the Sierra with a Justice. That was his window, but he kind of misplayed a little bit with just doing skill 1 and hitting the other unit at Shower.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. We've got the Ragdoll and we got the Julian available as we get into round number 3. Panda Like at match point right now. There's your pre-bans from last time. Oh, I'm sorry. These are your new pre-bans right here. Gianna and the Zenisek. No, I'm sorry, not the Zenisek. The Kavachi.
Now that you know that the Sierra is built on high defense, you can actually pick a Berkhild out early, like I said, because Berkhild provides armor break almost every turn.
There's Panda Like taking the Water Twin Angels away from TUANTUAN. We're going to see the Cigar get priority, or not the Cigar, the Wind and Bison this time for TUANTUAN. And Laura is going to be another unit showcased by TUANTUAN.
Yeah, it just seems like TUANTUAN is having a little bit of identity crisis, not picking a speed lead right now. And I'm really curious to see which speed lead TOPAV's going to pick. He's probably going to go with the Vanessa, but we'll see.
There's Chow getting some action once again for TUANTUAN. We have double fire units for Panda like on the other side of the field, so it doesn't surprise me to see Chow come out right now. Kind of wanted to see a Miles. I feel like Miles might have been a better decision for TUANTUAN, but let's see what this last pick's going to be here, and it is going to be a Ciara.
Interesting to note that he didn't go with the Vanessa, he went with the Sierra. Sierra being more susceptible to a shower and Velajuel, and he's still sticking with its guns, picking the Chow.
Yep, Oliver, 33 speed lead, going to be showcased by Panda-like, so he too wants to make sure that he can get the turn 1 opportunity here up against TUANTUAN, but we do know that that's a very fast lure on the other side, and we have the Sonya being taken by Panda-like here.
Yeah, Sonya is the obvious pick because TUANTUAN picks the Sierra, but then TUANTUAN also has a lot of LDs in his back pocket to pick out, as in Julian or Berkhild.
Who the last pick for TUANTUAN's going to be? Can he shake things up here with this last pick after seeing Oliver and Sonya being drafted? I feel like we might be looking at a ban already on top of this Sonya.
Yeah, it seems like Oliver's just gonna sit on top of the ban's gonna come out to Sonya for sure. It seems like Oliver is just gonna sit on top of the Gapsu all game, and TUANTUAN's gonna have a hard time maneuvering around Oliver and also a bunch of immunities.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Laura is going to be catching that ban right now. Sonya is going to be confirmed as banned. We have 24 speed lead for TUANTUAN and a 33 coming out for Panda-like. We do know this Oliver is going to be a problem. Panda-like at match point right now, representing South America, trying to get a victory here and move forward today's tournament. Let's see what happens, because we have the Fire Desert Warrior kicking things off, and it needs to stay true here for Panda-like.
Yeah, Panda-like having no will runes on his team. It's interesting to note that his Sierra is not on will as well.
Yeah, TUANTUAN definitely having no will runes whatsoever, so Panda-like's able to do a lot of work here, especially with the Oliver on the other side of the field.
Yeah, as I was saying in the ban, TUANTUAN's going to have to figure out to deal with all the immunity on Panda-like side, and also to make matters worse, Panda-like banned out the Laura, so now you have no AoE stripper against all this immunity.
Yep, you have nothing to do with nothing to deal with this Velajuel. You've got nothing to deal with this Oliver. So definitely Panda-like, I think, winning in the draft as we get into this round number 3 here. It's looking very good for him already. So there's just windows of opportunity that TUANTUAN needs to create here. Gapsu can be that unit to do it.
Well, in Summoner's War, sometimes you kind of prioritize putting all your units on your LDs, and I see you don't really put good runes on the non-LDs, and now you can see not having real runes kind of punished TUANTUAN a little bit this game.
Definitely. Well, that bomb's going to go out, and we are going to get rid of one of the pesky units that's going to give TUANTUAN a lot of trouble. So Oliver is going to be dropping here, and I don't believe the Fire Desert Warrior has any more skills available, but we do know it has low cooldown, so we can see those skills very soon.
Yeah, TUANTUAN managing to poke a hole into Panda-like's team with Gapsu's second skill. Quite impressive.
It definitely is, but we get the additional turns coming up from this Velajuel. Velajuel not having enough damage to finish off the Ciara just yet, so Ciara does have a turn here, so a little bit of damage with the additional turn. Bomb's going to be coming out. Bomb is not going to be coming out for TUANTUAN.
Yeah, Gapsu being, I didn't know Gapsu was going to be TUANTUAN's main stripper, really dealing with all these immunities.
Yep, it is. So there's that silence going out on top of the Wind and Bison. It's going to get cleansed up by the Gapsu. Gapsu looking to get some stunts here, but everything's going to be resisted by this Velajuel. Velajuel showcasing to not want to land anything on him, but never mind. We get the provoke, we get the defense break there, but the additional turns coming out there. There's that immunity that's causing such a problem for TUANTUAN.
TUANTUAN actually would have won the game easily if Sierra landed a bomb, but Sierra just being Sierra.
Yeah, definitely an issue there. So let's see what happens, because right now TUANTUAN showcasing he needs to get rid of this Velajuel. Velajuel's got to go in this case here, but the Water Twin Angels, definitely a great unit for Panda-like, trying to keep his team alive here. There's that strip. No additional turns going to be coming out. We got the second skill, landing that defense break on top of the Cigar. So Cigar does have an opportunity to shake, and he's not going to be shaking it here.
Yeah, Gatsu actually gaining incremental value from Shower's third skill with a 3-turn cooldown, and Velajuel's second skill with a 2-turn cooldown.
Yep, and with this Cigar, you know, almost on his way out here, this Chow's going to get more value as well with the second skill. But it looks like Panda Like's going to concede in this round number 3, giving a win to TUANTUAN.
Yeah, TUANTUAN being able to manage to deal with all that immunity and damage from Panda Like was quite impressive. I didn't see that Gapsu was actually a really good stripper for TUANTUAN.
And threat assessment definitely came in handy in this one. He needed to get rid of the Oliver, got rid of the Oliver, and his next unit to get rid of was that Velajuel. So he had some unfortunate events in that match there, but he ended up getting the job done still because he knew, Panda Like knew that his Velajuel was going to be on his way out and he was not going to be able to win the rest of that match with such a tanky unit like that Gapsu. So big congrats for TUANTUAN for holding on where the draft definitely looked dire in that situation there.
If we're going to run back game 2, I'm hoping he doesn't pick Artemil and he could probably utilize the Zenisek a little bit more, knowing that Panda Like has a Despair Ryu.
Thompson, I couldn't agree more. I don't want to see the ADA coming from TUANTUAN either. We've got first pick here. Let's see what that first pick's going to take priority here for TUANTUAN.
I mean, that's Arda's like biggest weakness, just like Despair stuns and just like, you know, fire, like unfriendly fire like that. Just accidentally AoE Despair stun and he doesn't move the whole game.
Exactly that. So there's the Cigar or the Wind and Bison getting prior from TUANTUAN once again. We've got Chow being drafted here in the second round, which is an interesting spot to be drafting Chow right here, but it's going to be here with the Kavachi as well. So Panda Like already showcasing Water Twin Angels, the Fire Desert Warrior, the Fire Bayak with the Ciara. So we know what the Ciara is, unless he's got multiple Ciaras ruined, but this is that high defense Ciara that we believe it is, with one other pick being drafted by Panda Like.
Yeah, hopefully Panda Like doesn't pick the Ryu. Last game he picked a Ryu. This game I do like to pivot on picking the Wind Robo. TUANTUAN picking Chow early, it is kind of interesting because it's hard for him to contest the speed that Panda Like is picking right now, thinking that the Robo is on Swift and also Water Twin Angel is on Swift.
Exactly that. TUANTUAN looking at a Fire Vanessa. This is a Vanessa. Fire Cassandra being drafted by TUANTUAN. So it's a unit that you can't really cleave out. It has the invincibility that saves itself, but it does have the ability to remove units. We're going to be seeing a Juno as a last pick here for TUANTUAN.
Federico's a pretty good pick here. Counters a lot of the things that Panda Like is trying to do. And this time, because Panda Like's Sierra is on high defense, and Federica ignores defense. So 100%, you know, the Federica will kill the Sierra in one shot.
There's that Sonya as a last pick, and Sonya usually being showcased as a ban as well. So that last pick, that is going to get banned out. Sonya's catching a ban. We have the Kavachi catching a ban as well. Panda Like, he's at match point.
Yeah, Panda Like playing with his back on his back because you know, Panda Like is gonna take the first turn. TUANTUAN's on his back. We're gonna see how the first turn pans out. He probably doesn't want to boost up the wow, it boosted it pushed Federica back twice.
Ooh, so Frederica the Fire Cassandra not going to be taking a turn right here. So this comes that big third skill. Yeah, no, second skill. He's trying to land the silence. Does land that silence on top of Cassandra, so Cassandra can't use that skill too. That's a very, very important silence that was landed. See what happens with this Water Twin Angel, stunning up the entire team. No! Goes to the big skill 3, gets the invincibility popped, and then removes it.
That was a really great sequencing by Panda Like. Well, he deserves that kill on Federica.
Definitely does. Now you have the Wind Robo. It looks like he's going to be on his way out shortly, but not without taking another unit down here. We've got a skill 3 from this Fire Bayak, and he's going to be removing that Cigar here. TUANTUAN definitely not looking good at all. I don't know if Chow's going to be the unit to save him here.
I think it all came down to TUANTUAN going with Juno instead of Zenisek. I feel like Zenisek might counter the Wind Robo a little bit more. But the Juno's not that horrible to pick up.
If he's able to land that bomb, which he was, I think that's going to be it for TUANTUAN because we've got Chow. Chow's going to be dropping right here. We've got that skill 2 providing almost enough damage to drop out the Chow. So there's that skill 1. We do get an additional turn. He can drop the Chow. I'm sorry, drop this water. Did he choose not to use Justice?
I mean, he chose not to do a lot of stuff. He chose to pick Chao over Julian. He chose to pick Juno over Zenesek.
Definitely some issues right there for TUANTUAN because he could have removed that unit from the field. It's not going to matter. Panda Like's going to win it in round number 4 against TUANTUAN.
Panda Like had an incredible showing there, and I gotta say, while he kind of looked as if he was just cruising through the latter half of that game, Thompson, you called it out. He operated with surgical precision in the beginning of that. I don't think I've ever seen a Fire Cassandra more properly navigated.
Yeah, he weaved his way through. That was beautiful to watch. Panda Like played out of his mind. Also, TUANTUAN, some questionable picks. I would like to see more of his LD5, but he also drafted really well too. Good showing for TUANTUAN as well.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, you know, Stoic, while I am so happy to see Chao represented in SWC, and I think he's such an incredible counter pick, I think it's a little dangerous to opt for him over something like a Julian, especially within the first 3 picks of a draft.
Yeah, exactly. It was the spotlight that he was taking the Chao. Like, we all know Chao has a great place in the meta right now for where he's been drafting and what he has been doing and giving people lots of value in many, many drafts. But as early as that Chao has been taken, I feel like there's just much better options to take, much better routes to take your team. And maybe Chao's not that pick right there. Maybe Chao a little later towards the last pick side of things may have been a downfall there for TUANTUAN.
Yeah. It's kind of handing your opponent the win of the draft. Not maybe the win overall, but like they're winning the draft, especially picking it that early when it's so easily countered by Wind Robo, Ciara, etc. So Thompson, here we go. We're getting into STAYHIVE versus RAIGEKI. Now, this is a pretty big moment. We foreshadowed it earlier. We knew that RAIGEKI brought that kind of spicy fireball in Draco last time, and I love the commitment to the bit. I like that he's showcasing something different, but do you think he's going to be bringing something a little bit more close to home, something he's more comfortable with, Thompson?
Yeah, but also STAYHIVE just got so many tools he could use in Tianliang that is not showcased in his most pick. Yeah, and also Shan and Ella. So it's going to be really interesting to see how STAYHIVE is going to play.
Oh yeah, those are difficult pieces to navigate, and we saw some good plays from STAYHIVE earlier on in the runs of the Americas prelims. So Stoic, looking at this game here, what would you like to see from these two players?
I want to see some consistency coming out of RAIGEKI. I do know the Draco is very good, and I do know the kind of utility that RAIGEKI's trying to bring to the table, but we do know him to be very, very consistent. So I think I want to see a little bit more standard play, as RAIGEKI's not so standard. We'll see, because we're getting into that match right here with the pre-bans getting locked in. We've got the Zabala, we've got the Ragdoll finding themselves in the pre-ban in this very first match with STAYHIVE and RAIGEKI.
RAIGEKI pre-banning the Ragdoll means that he's going to probably use the Mariel and Gracia, the Light Twin Angel, because Light Twin Angel, Ragdoll really counters Light Twin Angel. So let's just see if I'm right. And RAIGEKI does pick Mariel and Gracia.
There's that Chandra being showcased by STAYHIVE already as a first pick, a 24 speed lead. We have RAIGEKI. He loves these two units. It's the Ciara at 24 speed lead with the Sekhmet.
Yes, this is back to RAIGEKI's tried and true.
Yep, we've seen it before from years past with SWC. STAYHIVE looking to stay pretty normal with a Cigar being paired up with a Chandra. And we have the Fire Desert Warrior once again being showcased here by STAYHIVE.
RAIGEKI kind of has to worry about picking Laura and Mariel and Gracia into STAYHIVE, because STAYHIVE also, even though he doesn't have the Ragdoll to cut anymore, he has Volantis. So you got to watch out for that.
Yeah, Volantis, Hagang, there's many options that can be drafted into RAIGEKI at the moment, especially showcasing two fire units. So it looks like Monado is going to be a unit from STAYHIVE and a Juno.
I actually really like the Monado pick because counters the Laura pretty well and deals with Masha pretty well as well.
Woo! We know RAIGEKI likes this Chao. And this is kind of the spot that we do like a Chao as a last pick. So Raigeki confirming the Chow is going to put in some work here in this draft. Let's see how these bans are going to be working out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Chow's gonna get let through. Oh, Chow got banned. Nice. Good last pick then.
Yeah, so the Chow definitely, it was going to be a very good pick here. Catches the ban. Minato is going to be banned out here. 24 speed lead for both players here. We should be looking at a Raigeki Sekhmet taking turn 1 in our very first match with Raigeki and STAYHIVE.
Yeah, Sekhmet taking that first turn. Probably gonna reset the Cigar being the only unit on the other team to strip and reset Raigeki's team.
Well, let's see what happens with this Chandra. We do know we have a skill 1 strip that he can do. Looks like the Hug is going out onto the Juno, and he's going to try and boost up his team here, but it's not going to be boosting up the team for Saga to do anything here because he is reset at the moment with a little bit of damage coming towards this Ciara. Now, Ciara has taken a little bit of damage, so I'm curious to see if this is going to be that tanky of a Ciara or is it going to be a high damage Ciara.
Huge 2-turn silence from Ashara, showing how good Ashara is. STAYHIVE actually has really high rune quality. Noticing that STAYHIVE's team, both Chandra, Sagar, and Ashara outsped Raigeki's Laura.
Ooh, Raigeki was able to get defense breaks across the entire board here. So let's see what happens with Chandra looking to lock down a unit here because it can stun, can strip and stun any of the units here on Raigeki's side of the field and only receiving a strip on top of that, Laura.
Yeah, unfortunately, Raigeki didn't get the most important debuff, which is heal block on the Ashara. Now it's really punishing Raigeki not getting that heal block on Ashara.
It definitely is. Good additional turn there from this Cigar, able to land provokes on top of this Laura, but we still have a skill 3 available. He's going to be healing up this Fire Desert Warrior, and that's going to help out STAYHIVE a lot here. Looking for a dismount on top of the Masha, not receiving that dismount, but is Juno going to be enough to get the dismount? And it is!
I thought the sequencing would be to kill the Sierra, but now let's see if Sierra, he gets punished or not.
See what happens. Here's that third skill. Looking for a reset, potentially going out onto the Sekhmet, but no, going out onto the Ciara instead. Sekhmet with skill 3 available and can go for a reset on something that ends up just finishing off that Fire Desert Warrior.
Yeah, this whole match kind of came down to Sekhmet landing the Curse of the Beautiful heal block on a shower or not. Unfortunately, he needed that one heal block and it didn't pull through for Raigeki.
Yeah, not at all. So let's see what happens because it looks like that Masha is going to be dropping, and I do think that should be game because that's all the damage that Raigeki has in store here for STAYHIVE because we know the Chandra is a very difficult unit to get rid of here. So let's see what happens. Masha needs to get some additional turns. Does get the additional turns here to finish off. Not finish off the Cigar just yet. Masha is going to be dropping there. STAYHIVE suddenly looking very comfortable with the Despair stun on Laura.
Yeah, good game coming out to STAYHIVE, drafting the Juno that counters the Laura pretty well, and then Ashar actually put in a lot of work to tank a lot of damage because he deals damage based on his own HP, and not landing that heal block allowed him to cleanse, heal the whole team. Him and the lowest health unit.
So there's your pre-bans from last time. There's the Zabala. There's the Ragdoll that are now available as we get into round number 2 with STAYHIVE and Raigeki. Pre-ban's going to be coming out here. Thompson, what are our new pre-bans?
I kind of think you got to pre-ban the Sekhmet. Raigeki already showing that like he's always going to take first turn because his fastest Swift set is on Sekhmet. It's also on Will too. Kind of impressive.
That's really impressive to be able to get that on Will and be that fast. So the Ciara is going to be catching a pre-ban. We've got Viva Chill catching a pre-ban by Raigeki. Raigeki has first pick here up against STAYHIVE. Let's see if he chooses to take a unit away or not.
It seems like STAYHIVE's rune quality is really high because I said to pre-ban the Sekhmet because all of Chandra, Sagar, Ashur all outsped Raigeki's whole team. So let's see if he sticks with the Chandra or he's going to pick the Ramel and Judaya.
And it looks like we have this Cigar being showcased by Raigeki as a first pick. STAYHIVE with the Chandra and the Veladrill. The trio is currently split up.
Now that you pick Chandra and Bellajoul, there's less of an angle for Julian, but you know, any game's a good Julian game.
That is a definite fact right there. Any game is a Julian game. So there's that Moore being drafted with the Juno as well. Raigeki. Ragdoll, to no surprise, being drafted here.
Yeah, Ragdoll looks like he's going to get 45% bar, and here is the Julian we've been talking about.
Yep, and we only have one defense break currently being showcased by STAYHIVE, and that's going to be the VELOJUWEL. So I'm kind of expecting an additional defense break coming out of STAYHIVE to really set up his Julian for success here, so that he can find those windows and really create opportunities for his victory here. RAIGEKI is showing the lore. Let's see if he chooses to draft that lore. And it looks like we're going to be swapping to a Shizuka Oberon.
Yeah, but Julian doesn't really need an armor break for Julian, because Julian, if you're not providing much damage, Julian could just kill your whole team as well. The Oberon is probably going to be the
That is definitely true. Well, do we have an Ella? Ella as the last pick. I don't know what I think about that from STAYHIVE here.
Yeah, I love the Ella pick. RAIGEKI picking a lot of AoE is going to stack a lot of totems on Ella. Ella is going to boost either Chandra or Vela, and they're going to have almost infinite skills all the time.
Well, that is true. We're getting in around number 2 with RAIGEKI and STAYHIVE. Let's see what happens, guys, because we've got, I believe, the Chandra kicking things off for us. All right.
Yeah, I have to hats off to how like STAYHIVE has really good runes. I'm kind of baffled right now by it.
I know. I was expecting RAIGEKI to take turn 1 with the Moor, and that's not what happened here. We get a Chandra kicking things off here, which really is incredible. We've got that VELOJUWEL. It's in front of RAIGEKI's cigar here, so there's going to be no reset coming out here. We have an Ella as well, also in front of the cigar here as well. So we've got, again, it's going to be doing immunity. It's going to be bringing lots of cooldowns for his team.
Yeah, another thing you kind of failed to mention about Ella is like her first skill heals so much. Like we all used totems before, it heals for 30% every time it goes. So STAYHIVE picking VELOJUWEL and Ella provides him a lot of sustain for his team.
It really does. That's a lot of sustain indeed for his team, especially when he has VELOJUWEL 2 offering some more sustain, where we're not showcasing any sustain minus a Juno on the side of RAIGEKI here. So let's see what happens to this Moor. He strips the Soul Protect, so Moor is going to be dropping here.
Yeah, I think Ella, the sustain from Ella and VELOJUWEL is just going to kind of incrementally take along paired with VELOJUWEL. I mean, along paired with Ragdoll, because Ragdoll will give him a lot of turns.
Definitely. Let's see where the damage is going to be going from RAIGEKI. I'm not too sure RAIGEKI is known to kind of throw in the towel when it comes to matches where he doesn't think he's able to gain that victory. So RAIGEKI staying in here does believe he has some sort of avenue of victory.
Yeah, I mean, Juno's just going to give Ragdoll a bunch of value every turn. So it's going to be rough for RAIGEKI.
It definitely is. So let's see where that hug is going to be going. It might just go on to the Ragdoll, keeping this unit alive. Might go on to the VELOJUWEL, knowing that might be a unit that he really wants to go after. So he is going to be hugging the VELOJUWEL. There's that third skill going out, not landing on top of the Shizuka, which is very fortunate there for RAIGEKI. We have a third skill. We're going to throw up our immunity. We're going to be cleansing up our Ragdoll. Ragdoll providing a lot of damage here for STAYHIVE.
Yeah, Ragdoll providing a lot of damage, but the most important part is look at the health bar of STAYHIVE. It's packed. It's full.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be staying that way because we're not showcasing a ton of damage from RAIGEKI. He needs to land some defense breaks with his cigar, and maybe even the Shizuka as well, getting some of that from the third skill, landing some defense breaks on the field here, but need to keep the cigar alive to really find some sort of window for RAIGEKI.
Yeah, RAIGEKI just going all in on the Ella because Ella already has 4 totems. Unfortunately, missed all of the skills, including the armor break and the provoke on the Ella.
Well done for STAYHIVE. He seems to be giving RAIGEKI a run for his money right now. He's going to be at match point here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, RAIGEKI's team seemed very susceptible to Ragdoll, and Ragdoll got through the second game, so STAYHIVE dropped it really well.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see some change here with RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI to try to like throw off his opponent to stop him from like potentially... he's giving RAIGEKI such a problem. I'm not too sure what RAIGEKI has to do at the moment, really.
Yeah, interesting to know. RAIGEKI went with Oberon and Seimei, but he also has not Seimei, Shizuka. But instead of Oberon Shizuka, he also has a Lima in his back pocket to combo off with Shizuka. So let's just see how RAIGEKI is going to draft this round.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what happens here, because those pre-bans are locked in here. We have our first picks in here. Raigeki in his comfort zone. We have the CR. We have the segment being showcased by Raigeki. STAYHIVE with the entire trio this time around. This is tried, true, and consistent here for STAYHIVE. Raigeki busting out with the Juno and Shizuka.
I'm surprised the segment got through and not and he banned the Zibala. Maybe STAYHIVE knows something that we don't know, but I think Raigeki has his fastest runes on segment. We know that STAYHIVE does outspeed all of Raigeki's unit, Chandra, Vela, and it was Chandra, Cigar, and a shower, but I'm pretty sure the Vela is pretty fast as well for STAYHIVE.
Indeed. So we have we have an Abelio and we have a Fire Monkey King. Nothing but consistency, I believe, on the side of STAYHIVE right now. And I know we have a world where we could have taken an Oberon, but we're going to be going with the Volantis instead for Raigeki. So we have our draft, Thompson. What are we banning out here?
It seems like you really have to ban out the Volantis, and on STAYHIVE's side, it seems like the Fire Monkey King's going to deal a lot of damage to the Sierra, but Sierra got banned out. Sierra being the only source of volatility and combos off with Shizuka really well.
I think I agree with you. I think the Fire Monkey King is going to cause a lot of trouble. STAYHIVE is at match point. Raigeki looking to get one on the board here. So we're getting into round number 3 with Sekhmet kicking things off with a big skill 3 landing on top of that Abelio.
Yeah, let's see how much work Volantis will put for STAYHIVE, because if Volantis does the AoE provoke and glance and also lands the continuous damage, it's going to be really hard for STAYHIVE to stay alive.
Exactly that. So there's that defense break landing on top of the segment. We knew this was going to provide lots of damage here. Abelio is going to be getting more additional turns here. This is going to help getting his skills back up from being reset by that segment. Nice little despair stun, though, from Raigeki getting onto this Veladrill. So shuts it down there. We know we have skills available. Beautiful skill 2 goes into the segment to make sure we have more skills available on our segment. So there's that third skill. We've got defense breaks across the board right now. We have a big skill 2 happening. So see where that additional damage is going to rain on top of STAYHIVE.
Yeah, even though he resetted the Abelio, but Abelio just needs one more turn for Wild Cure to come back up. So all this AoE damage is going to add up. Now we're just worried about him proccing because he procced the previous turn.
Ooh, nice little despair stun on top of that Abelio. I think Raigeki's catching that break that he is looking for. No attack bar pushback on top of this Fire Monkey King. Fire Monkey King's able to drop the Sekhmet, and we have an additional turn coming from this Veladrill, healing up his team, saving that Abelio from dying.
Yeah, it's just I think Volantis was the ban, and I'm surprised Volantis actually got through. But Raigeki's playing really well around Abelio, keeping all the attack bars low and not making sure Wild Cure does not proc.
Definitely doing a good job indeed. Now, this Abelio has to go. So I'm curious what's going to happen here. We have a Charming Voice looking to reset the sustain coming out of that Abelio, but it is enough to drop that Abelio as well. So more damage coming towards this defense-broken Juno. And we have a locked and loaded Fire Monkey King. Let's see what happens, because we do have a nice little stun going out onto the Veladrill. So this skill 1 goes in, does not stun up this Juno. And we have Juno dropping the Veladrill. Raigeki staying alive.
Raigeki is staying alive. He went for the third skill and got really lucky. The Volantis didn't revenge and stun the Chandra, because right now every turn matters.
Every turn really does matter. That Fire Monkey King was able to drop that Juno. We knew the Fire Monkey King was definitely going to be a problem unit here. We know if more additional turns reign true for STAYHIVE, he's going to be staying alive in this match here.
Reset is still up on Sekhmet, because she stripped the skill with buffs on.
Yeah, quite fortunate indeed. So here comes that defense break, and it does land on top of the Volantis. We have skill 3 available once again, so hopefully everyone's going to eat every single negative effect, and that's exactly what happens here. So we have skills available from this Volantis, so a lot of negative effects sitting on top of that Fire Monkey King, but Fire Monkey King once again is going to be an issue.
Yeah, this Volantis never revenged. Oh, well, it revenged, of course, now.
As you said, it does that exactly. So no defense break is going to be landing on top of this Volantis. He's going to be bringing back the Segment. Segment, I believe, has skill 2. Does not have skill 2 available. Looking for an attack break to limit the damage. It does get resisted. So here's the stun to drop the Volantis, but we've just got the attack bar pushback coming from this Segment. Is Fire Monkey going to be Elemental King here? He needs to land these kind of crits on the water units, so the attack bar pushback is going to be extremely important. But STAYHIVE looking for the stuns coming out of his Fire Monkey King. So here comes that big skill 2, getting the heal block, getting the defense break on top of the Fire Monkey King. He's not going to use that skill 2. There's no way. He's got to cross his fingers for stuns on top of RAIGEKI.
Usually, Fire Monkey King wins this, but that was a huge proc.
Massive proc, gets the attack bar pushback. Fire Monkey King should be dropping here, but he's going to go with the safe move, bringing back the Juno. RAIGEKI finally getting a point on the board against STAYHIVE.
Yeah, that was a close match. I can't believe Volantis didn't take STAYHIVE home.
That was so close. We knew the Fire Monkey King was going to be a problem there for RAIGEKI. And Fire Monkey King, honestly, at any point in time, could have actually locked in that match if we had received skill 1 stuns or... honestly, it's just the skill 1 stuns. If Fire Monkey King had locked down that Shizuka, where Shizuka mostly known, built on max resistance, and I'm sure this is a max resistant Shizuka indeed. Fire Monkey King could have really brought that home, but well done, RAIGEKI. He held on in that match.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you think he's going to ban Segment or Sierra again? And he went with the Sierra ban.
I think it's going to be one of those units. I think it's always going to be kind of like Segment, Sierra. Well, honestly, the Sierra catching just so much more priority over a Segment for STAYHIVE here. So the Julian, to no surprise, catching a pre-ban by RAIGEKI.
Yeah, the Sierra pre-ban makes a lot of sense, but last game, the Zibala pre-ban didn't make that much sense to me. I would prefer a Segment pre-ban.
Oh, there's your Water Twin Angels with the Cigar being drafted by STAYHIVE. RAIGEKI's bringing in the Ethna this time. We're seeing something a change. I love the change of wins here for RAIGEKI. You know, we haven't seen this in the previous matches. We're getting an Ethna, and we're getting those Light Twin Angels coming out here for RAIGEKI. So this is pretty nice here. So let's see what STAYHIVE's going to do to address these two units.
Yeah, but now STAYHIVE is probably going to pick Ragdoll because RAIGEKI puts himself in a very vulnerable position for a Ragdoll.
Yeah, he definitely does. And I think Smicer is one of those problematic units here. So we know what Smicer can do. Smicer causes a lot of problems here. And I'm sure RAIGEKI's not too happy to see that. But I think that's why this Veramos is coming into play here.
Veramos is a really great pick because STAYHIVE has Volantis in the back pocket. And it also deals with Chandra, Ethna, and Marilla and Gracia a lot. And picking Veramos makes you think twice about picking Volantis. But now STAYHIVE has Tianliang, and Tianliang kind of counters both Chandra, Bella, and Veramos.
I actually forgot about the Tianliang. He does have that on STAYHIVE's draft. Oh my God, we're giving RAIGEKI a taste of his own medicine here. He's going to be taking the Volantis and banning out that Veramos.
Yeah, great Volantis pick. I thought he was going to pick that in his back pocket.
24 speed lead for both players here. Once again, STAYHIVE at match point right now. RAIGEKI trying to stay alive in a very stressful game for RAIGEKI. And he's kicking things off here with Ethna. Skills available. Looking to lock down a unit early. He's trying to get a nice stun here on the Volantis and does get that stun here.
RAIGEKI played it right, really respecting the Volantis. Not doing skill 2, but just trying to stun the Volantis first.
Not getting a strip there on the Smicer either, but RAIGEKI's going to be boosting up his team 3, turn immunity coming out of the Velodrill. So let's see what happens. We've got a big skill there, skill 3 coming out of Chandra to boost up his team and only land a couple slows there on the Light Druid and Water Twin Angels.
All eyes on Smicer. Let's see if she silences, and she does. So great silence on Smicer.
Yeah, like we said, this was going to be a problematic unit, so it does get the silence on top of the Ethna, and that's going to put a damper on RAIGEKI's plan indeed. So the stuns and the bombs go out onto Ethna. We have a Provoke laying on it as well, so we have skills available coming out of the Light Twin Angels.
Yeah, RAIGEKI really have to watch out for the Volantis. That was a huge slow on Volantis, but once the Volantis moves, RAIGEKI have a lot he has to worry about.
Well, Raigeki's doing everything he can in his power right now to make sure that Volantis is not going to be moving. That slow is extremely important. The defense break might do the work that Raigeki is looking for. So let's see what happens, where that priority is going to go here. But please keep an eye on that Smicer. Smicer still can do lots of smicy things here.
Oh, Volantis is getting close. Volantis is going to take a turn real soon.
Ooh, and there's that turn that we were talking about here. Raigeki didn't want to see it happen, but we do have the Veladrill. Veladrill did resist a little bit and does get smacked by that Chandra. So the Volantis does drop. We get a nice little turn there coming from Ethna. So more poke damage going towards these Ramil and Judaya. So Judaya, they're on their way out here just below 50%. Is going to get healed up by the Smicer first skill.
Yeah, the Bellajoul did resist a little bit, but the Maril and Gracia resist a lot of it. That was a huge resist at the very beginning when Maril and Gracia didn't get reset by the Cigar and had returned Yulia the whole game.
Yeah, very, very true. So we have third skill available for Raigeki. He's going to be boosting up his team, cleansing everything here. We have no immunity on the other side of the field, landing 2 defense breaks on the Smicer and the Cigar. There's that third skill, getting Despair Stun on the Water Twin Angels. We've got that third skill shutting down that Smicer. Raigeki absolutely clapping back here in round number 4. We're going into a game 5 with STAYHIVE and Raigeki.
Yeah, Raigeki's draft seems to have a really hard time with Ragdoll. But this game, he gets to pre-ban Ragdoll. So it looks like Raigeki has a pretty positive chance on beating STAYHIVE this game, saying that Ragdoll is going to get pre-banned. Hopefully STAYHIVE pre-bans Segment.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens with STAYHIVE, because I think this pre-ban's going to be really, really important here. And it looks like Zabala, once again, catching priority from STAYHIVE. He doesn't want Raigeki to have the Zabala, but no surprise seeing Raigeki banning out that Ragdoll, and STAYHIVE with the first pick here going into match number 5.
Yeah, Raigeki kind of already showed you that he has priority on Ethna and priority on Segment. I'm really surprised that he went with the Zabala pre-ban.
Me too. I'm still surprised that he did that. So we get the tried and true, the 3 coming in here for STAYHIVE, the trios being drafted. Raigeki once again showcasing some bread and butter for his team here. The CR Sekhmet, the Juno that he does like to draft. I'm surprised that's not a Volantis here, but it is going to be a Laura.
Raigeki is drafting so freely, knowing that there's no Ragdoll to pick on the other side. But now Raigeki still got to worry about Nemesis units like Julianne.
Yeah, exactly that. So I remember Raigeki was drafting a Chao as a last pick going into like a Minato draft. He ended up banning out the Minato last time. So let's see what he chooses to draft here. I think this last pick is going to be really important for STAYHIVE, knowing that Minato might be catching a ban here. And it looks like the Fire Desert Warrior is going to be the unit that STAYHIVE is going to be wrapping up his draft here. And I love the Smicer. I think the Smicer is an excellent pick here for Raigeki.
Very interesting that STAYHIVE went with a Shower and not Julian, because I feel like Julian counters all 5 of Raigeki's unit. Also, Julian's probably going to suck up a ban.
Yeah, exactly. I think I would be utilizing my LDs if I had a Julianne as well in this moment, but that's not what's happening here. I give a lot of credit right now to Raigeki for keeping it cool, getting into a game number 5. If you watch a lot of Raigeki streams, keeping it cool, man, can be a little difficult here, and he's actually doing that here, and that's how we got here in this game 5. So let's see what happens. We got 24 speed leads for both players right here. Is Raigeki with the reverse sweep, or can STAYHIVE stay true and win this match out?
Yeah, that Minato looks kind of scary, built on max resist. So let's see how Minato is going to perform against this Sierra, even though Sierra could drop bomb and just one-shot the Minato.
So there's a hug going on to the Fire Desert Warrior here, keeping this unit safe. We know it doesn't have any skills. It got reset by the Sekhmet. And a little bit of damage. So CR is probably going to be catching a lot of attention right now for STAYHIVE. He doesn't want to have to worry about the bomb damage from his CR. So let's see what happens. He should be boosting up his team here, throwing up the immunity. But he is worried about what Laura is going to be doing here.
Yeah, now he has threat state up. It's going to be... let's see how Sierra is going to operate. Sierra can't really drop a bomb on anyone right now, though, because of threat state.
Threat state being very good at the moment, and the immunity, of course, on the Minato. This Minato did take a lot of damage, though. Let's keep that in mind there from that Laura. So there's that defense break, which is going to be very important to pop up this segment here. Looking for some heal blocks across the board. Does get that heal block on that Fire Desert Warrior. We know how important that is. We've got a big strip that can happen right now. Let's see if he chooses to do that, because could be a lot of Despair Stun units up as well.
Shower's skill is still not up. It's still, unless Ashore procs, so let's just see how Ashore's gonna... Oh, Ashore didn't proc.
No, but we did get a Veladrill off here, so the Veladrill was able to use skill 3, throwing up 3-turn immunity, and Ciara was ready to start knocking on that door of STAYHIVE, but it was able to protect his team here. So there's that threat state coming back up from Minato, and a beautiful stun going out onto the Ciara, stopping this unit here. There's that reset from Sekhmet. Sekhmet now has the threat state, forcing him to go after Sekhmet.
Yeah, that Minato being so annoying. Kind of a good counter against Sierra.
Was that going to be enough damage? And it is. Raigeki's able to drop the Veladrill. Veladrill was being a problem here, but STAYHIVE able to trade units. He's able to get rid of that CR from the field.
Yeah, trade units. Also, the Shower didn't proc. If that Shower proc, it would have been really hard for Raigeki to come back, providing that heal, armor break, and damage.
Yeah, for sure. Raigeki's doing an excellent job at making sure this Fire Desert Warrior stays reset. Keep in mind that it has very low cooldown, so that Violent proc kind of huge on this Fire Desert Warrior because he's going to have skills up next turn here. Any stuns happening right here? No stuns just yet. Potentially looking for an attack break here. I don't think he's going to be... He is going to gamble it!
Yeah, a huge skill 3 is going to be coming out on a Shower. No armor breaks,
Wow. No armor breaks at all. If he had armor break, he would have dropped the lore there, and I think that's really, really important there. So there's that skill 3. Does get the reset on top of the Minato. Minato with no skills available, but he does have the threat state at the moment. Able to finish off that Laura here. And we've got Juno. Juno can provide a little bit of damage, so it's going to be all skill 1s from here on. He needs to drop this Minato. We knew it was going to be an issue unit, and it's causing a lot of problems here for Raigeki, so he almost lost his Sekhmet. Sekhmet might be dropping very, very soon.
Yeah, you called it exactly right. Raigeki seeing that Minato's problem unit went for it and didn't get.
Huge victory there for STAYHIVE.
Wow. What an incredible showing from STAYHIVE. Honestly, the whole way through, Thompson, you called it, but I think if I had one complaint, it would just be that I wanted to see more LD representation. But otherwise, dude, his drafts were so clean. And at the end there with the Minato and the Asher combo, like, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, the Ashower did do really good, but then Ashower's cooldown is on 3 turn, and Julian's cooldown is on 2 turn. So I was hoping like he would bring Julian, but he still got the win anyway. Great drafting by STAYHIVE. Also, great job by Raigeki. You could tell that Ragdoll being a really problematic unit for Raigeki.
Yeah, that was probably like MVP of, you know, most valuable monster to get rid of from Raigeki's side. He really was aiming to get rid of that Ragdoll whenever possible, pre-banning it when he can, navigating it when he can. But Stoic, looking at that last game, what was it that took that round away from Raigeki? Because he was so close to a reverse sweep, man. Was it a commitment to the to the Oracles? What do you think it was?
You know, I'm not going to say it was a commitment to the Oracles at all. I think there's a world that we could have received some more Despair stuns, some attack breaks that could have been really, really nice there. Because he was trying to utilize that Sekhmet as much as possible to get those attack breaks, to limit that damage from the Fire Desert Warrior, was not receiving that. You know, I get understanding trying to cross your fingers from some Despair stuns there and not receiving them. You know, that's the name of the game, whether you like it or not. RNG is going to be a cruel mistress here. So if he had got those Despair stuns, maybe we'd be singing a different tune here. But you know what? We knew the Minato was going to be a problem. And that's exactly what that was. Minato was a problem, and Minato was that one that claimed victory here.
And great assessment, too, from STAYHIVE there, getting rid of the CR early because she was really the one. That was the answer to the Minato late game. So he did a great job navigating that. Folks, we now have our lower bracket round 2 fully filled out. We'll call it the semifinals of the day. The quarters are now done, and now we have it all populated. So once the winner of each of these next sets is going to be qualified for the America's Cup. So by the end of the next round of matches, we're going to have our 8 decided for October 12th in Las Vegas. So this is a really big moment for these people, and it's a big moment for all of us in chat and all of us viewers too. We've got our first coupon down here at the bottom of the screen. If you're on Android, you can just type that in. SWC want to go to Vegas. Type that in, or if you happen to be on iOS, our lovely mods who have been here with us, not just for days 1 and 2, but now day 3. They've got links for you in the chat. All you got to do is interact with those, and it'll pop up in your inbox if you happen to be on iOS. Everybody, I already foreshadowed it, but we still have the semifinals to look forward to. This is it. This is the big moment. This is the biggest chance for these players before America's Cup. They are fighting to represent their region. Stay with us. We're going to be going to a quick break, and we'll be right back after 10 minutes with even more high-level competitive Summoners War. See you soon.
Is far overdue. Skies are black and no one to call out to. Filtering breath singing in the cold air. 100 years of glory and sadness too. Nothing could compare to all you've been through. In this long despair, tears are falling, falling. Rivers calling, eyes are shut tight. No longer fight, but don't you forget to keep your head up high. In this free tool of rebirth, the kingdom shines bright. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Bracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory red and bold, go rise up. Towards the altar of the scorching bright sun. Nothing can stop your journey, oh no one. Despite all the doubts, you keep flying, flying. All are crying, you're here last. The time passed so fast, but don't you forget everything that's begun. In the burning flame you shine with a melodious cry. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Bracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory red and bold, go rise up. At times you get dragged onto the pit again and again. Well, just catch your breath this time, go rise up. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the flames of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty.
We've narrowed down our 12 players to 8, but that's not enough. We only have enough slots for half of that to go to Vegas for the America's Cup on October 12th. Now it's time to find out who those players will be. Welcome back to day 3 of the America's Prelims. I'm still here with Thompson and Stoic. Stoic, looking ahead, man, which players and matches are you most looking forward to in the second set?
Ooh, I think we're all going to be in the same boat here. We're looking forward to TOPAV. You know, he's got a big match ahead of him, but TOPAV is someone that we always want to see do really, really well. We think he's a phenomenal player. We love seeing him every single year, and I definitely think he's someone who wants to make it to Vegas.
I agree. Hey, Thompson, same question to you, man.
Oh, I'm rooting for TOPAV as well, but I gotta root for my other friend, Big V, to move on to the finals.
I don't blame you. You know, honestly, I think if we had to pick favorites for this, it'd be one of the two you mentioned. Also, like we said, we've talked a lot about LADRILLO, and LADRILLO is represented in this game, being one of the only a couple legend tournament champions that are participating in Americas at all. Zex really has his work cut out for him. So Stoic, looking ahead, what does Zex have to do to prepare for this fight?
Whew, Zek's got a lot to prepare for, because I know he was a very, very fast player in his previous match here, but LADRILLO is known to be extremely fast. So as a turn 1 player, speed leads are going to be extremely important. I think we may see a lot of 33 speed leads fighting over it, maybe even fighting over that Oliver, and maybe even the Water Twin Angels as well. This is going to be pretty detrimental to, I think, this draft here with these two players.
And Thompson, what sort of play pattern are you expecting to see from LADRILLO? What kind of archetype is he going to draft? What are you anticipating?
For LADRILLO is a really great player, but actually Zex is a bad matchup for LADRILLO because Zex's Swift runes are really good, and LADRILLO is known to outspeed the opponent with Wunsa, Zibala, Veronica, Sonya. He sometimes even bring in Gingerbrave if you feel like he can't outspeed you.
Whoa, I'm really glad you called that out, actually, because, you know, a few of those monsters that you mentioned too, specifically like the Zibala, we've seen Zex kind of employ, so that way he can get that first turn. Really good call out on the Swift runes. Let's see what Zex and LADRILLO have in store for us. This is it. Whoever wins this set is going to be our first qualified player from day 3 for the America's Cup. Thompson, Stoic, take it away.
That's right. No pressure here, guys, because whoever is going to be locking in the spot will be going to Vegas. Zex versus LADRILLO with the pre-bans already locked in. The Tian Lang and the Zibala making their way down to the pre-ban with Zex with the first pick, and it is going to be Oliver as a 33 speed lead.
Yeah, LADRILLO everyone fears Zex's Swift Ruins and Zibala. So great ban for LADRILLO. Now you'll probably see Zex go for a more pivot because Zex doesn't have his Zibala to go for with his Robo.
See what happens here, because you definitely have to respect this Veronica and a speed lead already being showcased by LADRILLO. Hagang and Sean are going to be drafted here by Zex. So this is an interesting take here. We're actually in a world where we can pivot from this too.
Yeah, so again, Sean being a pretty good unit that synergizes with Hagang. Hagang AoE strips and Sean AoE stuns. But the biggest synergy that comes between Hagang and Sean is that Sean does a 2-turn speed buff. So it synergizes with Hagang really well.
That it does. And there's that Han and Sonya. We're showcasing a lot of threat from LADRILLO right now. So this is definitely very interesting to see this take from LADRILLO. And we have another speed lead in the form of this Jemaya, this time a 24 speed lead with the very fast Ethna. Zex contesting speed and contesting turn 1 with that Ethna.
It doesn't seem like LADRILLO could pick the Wunsa, even though it seems it was really angling towards LADRILLO picking the Wunsa. The Sonya being, it looks like he has to draft in a way where he's banning the Oliver because he drafted the Sonya so early.
Now let's see what this last pick is going to be here for LADRILLO, and it is going to be a Juno. That's quite interesting to see the Juno getting locked in right here. Let's see what happens as these bans roll out.
Great pick. Juno is a force ban.
If that is going to be the ban here. And it is! You nailed it! Juno is a force ban, gets banned out here. The Ethna, who's going to be kicking things off for Zex, is not happening here. And we're getting into our very first match as the leader skills, which are more than likely speed leads for both teams. Zex with the 33, LADRILLO with the 24. We'll find out what happens. We get into our very first match with Zex versus LADRILLO.
So you'll be seeing the Sonya sniping out the Sean first, because there's no Sean that could take a Sonya's skill 2.
Dare they surprise us, though? That would be something, wouldn't it? So let's see what happens. Sonya taking turn 1 here for LADRILLO. I'm on the edge of my seat, and it does. It takes that Sean out there. It's not going to be living. No surprises here.
Yeah, I got lucky. I just pulled a Sean, and I'm a proud owner of Sean, and I realized there's no way to build an anti-Sonya Sean.
Oh, no, that'd be super wrong to do that. So there's the Despair Stun coming out from Hagang. It does land on top of the Han. Han is going to get the Violent proc out. Now, it is glanced up here. We may still go with that skill throw or just a little bit of poke damage, not chancing anything. Looks like he's going to go all in, not caring one bit about that glancing effect, landing the defense break and a lot of damage coming towards that Oliver. Sonya probably fit and ready to take out that Oliver, and Oliver is going to be dropping here to the Han. LADRILLO putting his opponent on the back foot and immediately getting his round 1 victory over Zex.
Yeah, people kind of starting to see how Zex draft. He's either going to outspeed you with Zibala and Robo, or he's just going to go for the Hagang to counter and outspeed you. So LADRILLO played around that really well, picking that Sonya.
Yep, and those are your pre-bans from last time. So there's that Tian Lang, there's that Zibala now available as we get into round number 2.
Yeah, I also feel like Zex has too many speed leads. That's water. I'd like to kind of see him switch it around with maybe like a Ramel Jediah, a Water Ryu, or Chandra.
So there's the Berghild pre-ban there happening. And Oliver, the 33 speed lead, getting banned out by LADRILLO as well.
Yeah, LADRILLO taking out Oliver, like all the wind speed lead that Zex loves using. Great picks by LADRILLO. Now they're starting to dig in each other's box.
Sure, so Ciara does get drafted by LADRILLO. We've got that Hagang coming back with the Masha. I think this Hagang first pick from Zex may be kind of conceding that turn 1 to LADRILLO and offering a better pivot here in the end. So we have the Masha with that Hagang. We've got Veronica and Han being once again showcased by LADRILLO.
Yeah, picking Hagang early doesn't mean like you're really trying to give up that speed lead, but really Zex has no choice. He got Oliver taken, he got Ciara taken, his 2 favorite speed leads, and also now those speed leads can't really synergize with Zibala. So now it's tough for him to pick Zibala because he doesn't have those 2 speed leads.
Let's see what happens. I was kind of expecting to see a Vanessa instead of a Jemire here. So we've got Jemire coming out as the speed lead for Zex, a 24 speed lead. Ethna being the turn 1 unit there to try to disrupt LADRILLO. So let's see what happens, what Zex's last pick's going to be. But we're going to be seeing LADRILLO's last picks right here after seeing Ethna and Jemire.
The Jemire is also probably the most enthralling pick for LADRILLO. LADRILLO has all his attention on that Jemire right now because it's the only counter for his Veronica.
Holy LD5s here, Thompson. We've got LADRILLO drafting a Ragdoll Nikki, wrapping up his draft right there with the last pick to Zex after seeing all that has been laid down here.
Yeah, now that I feel like he's kind of saying that he's gonna ban the Jemire because Jemire just does too much for Zex's team in this draft. A speed lead and also counters the Veronica.
For sure. So let's see what happens here because I do think Jemire will be catching that ban as well, getting rid of one of the only speed leads or the only speed lead for Zex, and maybe even Ciara catching, or maybe the Veronica knowing his Jemire might get banned out.
Yeah, this is a weird draft, but if you're Zex, you definitely can't ban the Veronica. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Those bans are going to be there. The Jemire is going to be catching the ban here like we thought. Ragdoll ended up being banned out on LADRILLO's side of the field, guys. We have round number 2 happening right now with a crit rate lead coming out for Zex, a speed lead coming out for LADRILLO. LADRILLO looking to maintain turn 1 as we get into round number 2 with LADRILLO versus Zex.
That's a really fast Veronica, even though he has the speed lead, but now his whole team just got countered. Zex's whole team just got countered because of that.
Well, nice little stun there goes out onto the Veronica, locking that unit down. We get a little bit more damage coming towards the Veronica from the Masha and that Ethna as well. So we can choose to cleanse here, which can happen. He's going to go all in. He wants to see that attack buff happen. Big third skill damage. Look at all the HP on the side of Zex. Nikki laid down so much damage with the additional turn as well, healing up his team. Looking so good right now. LADRILLO positioned to remove a unit from the field. Is it the Volantis? It is going to be Volantis landing that defense break, getting that kill. Bomb is going to be coming out from LADRILLO. If this lands, we could be yielding another quick victory from LADRILLO.
Great sequencing by LADRILLO, getting that balance prop from Nikki, also getting that first turn armor break on the first hit for Han, which rarely happens for most Hans, but good job on LADRILLO. Outdrafting, also outplaying Zex.
Absolute onslaught of LADRILLO's units there, removing Zex from that field in round number 2. Zex needs to make some crazy pivot as we get into round number 3 because LADRILLO already at match point.
Yeah, it was just so hard for Zex to have to deal with Ragdoll, so he was kind of forced to ban Ragdoll because he picked Ethna, and it was just unfortunate Veronica outsped the Ethna with a speed lead, and Ethna having no speed lead.
See what happens. Those pre-bans from the very first match, Tian Lang and the Zabala once again making their way down to the pre-ban. Zex with first pick, potentially going for that 33 speed lead Oliver, or maybe choosing to go a different route.
Yeah, Zex is just going to pick the Oliver up first, or the Sierra, probably the Oliver, and then LADRILLO just understanding how Zex plays and where he prioritizes Swift Ruins, pre-banning the Zabala.
There's that Ciara, there's that Veronica once again being laid down by LADRILLO. Very easily drafted these units. He's getting such great results drafting these two as first picks. So Zex, he's already showcasing a Hagang. He's busting out that Jemire once again for his team because we know the Jemire is very, very good. Cannot be reset by that Veronica.
Yeah, Zex playing his draft pretty well. He did his homework, obviously, picking the Jemire into the Veronica. But I think it's still a little bit too win heavy. Let's see how this draft pans out.
Ragdoll, Juno. I believe we saw the Juno get banned out before Ragdoll's being showcased as another one of those problematic units for Zex. Giving way too much attack bar, and that's very scary to give to LADRILLO when he's already built so fast.
Yeah, Zex being able to pivot out of that really good because LADRILLO kind of has a Leo in his back pocket because Leo kind of counters everything Jemire kind of wants to do. Great pivot by Zex.
Definitely a better pivot here for Zex. It's kind of what I wanted to see, like a bruiser pivot. And we're going to get that Fire Monkey King. We're going to get that Masha coming into the picture here for Zex. See what this last pick's going to be from LADRILLO. I believe last time we saw a Han, or maybe even just see the Nikki once again for LADRILLO.
Yeah, I don't think Han and Nikki could out-bruiser Masha and Meiha Wang. But because he was kind of expecting for Zex to keep going with the control units. I like the Nikki pick. Nikki provides and also heal block.
See what happens. So Nikki is going to get locked in here. We got new bans coming out right now. Thompson, what do we think the bans are going to be as we get into round number 3?
Well, if you're LADRILLO, you got to worry about one of his fire bruisers. You're just going to have to let the Jemire go.
Yep, looks like that's what happens. Masha's going to be getting a ban. Nikki's going to catch a ban there. That was at the end of LADRILLO's draft here. So we got a 33 speed lead and a 24 speed lead happening right now. Is that 24 speed lead enough for Veronica to take turn 1? We'll find out.
Yeah, the Masha is a better ban because at least you could bomb the Meiha Wang. You can't really bomb the Masha because it always has a immunity up from her passive.
Ooh, here goes that big skill here, looking for some resets. Not even get a strip there on the Jemire, but it doesn't matter too much at that point here. So everything's going to be reset. A lot of damage, a lot of focus for Zex is going to be in this Veronica. He wants to get rid of this unit, not have to deal with it. So nice little additional turn. He can get the cooldowns back for his units and chooses not to. It's going to be all damage directly going into this Veronica. Fire Monkey King with Veronica in his sights already.
Yeah, it seems like it's working out for Zex, but he keeps picking Hey Gang, and LADRILLO keeps countering Hey Gang with Veronica.
Wow, that bomb damage was insane from Ciara. Almost finishing off that Fire Monkey King. Uses a skill 1 just to stun up this Ciara and does get that, but Ragdoll is going to be ready to drop this Fire Monkey King if he really wants to, and it looks like he's going to hope that a dot is going to be enough to finish that unit off here, so damage is going to go into this Oliver instead.
Yeah, Veronica being such a good unit. He had the Jamire tuned right. However, because of Haegang's passive and Veronica not stripping the Jamire, unfortunately, she boosted Haegang and Oliver before the Jamire. So that was really, really unfortunate for Zex.
It really is. Any despair stuns that Zex can get his hands onto, and the only unit he's able to spare stun up is the one unit that does not care at all. There's that additional damage rolling out, and a round 3 victory for LADRILLO.
Such a clean 3-0. You know, we'd expect nothing less from our Legend Tournament champion, LADRILLO. LADRILLO has soaked up one of the slots for America's Cup on October 12th in Vegas. He's going to be there. What an incredible game, man. He drafted so clean. He played it so clean. And Thompson, I liked what you said there too. The Veronica perfectly countered the Haegang, and also not getting the strip on the Jamire was also like really beneficial.
Yeah, hate to see that because the whole time Zex was banking on Jamire countering the Veronica, Jamire countering your Veronica over and over and over, and finally Jamire had a chance to counter the Veronica. It didn't counter the Veronica. It actually Veronica countered the Jamire, vice versa. It was really unfortunate to see because Zex was banking on that the whole time.
It's so funny the way that works. It was kind of ironic, a little bit of a bummer, but honestly, LADRILLO had like brought up such a strong game up until that point. I love the idea of Jamire being an answer to Veronica, though. You know, you strip, you can't reduce the cooldown, or rather, you can't set his third skill on cooldown at all, so he can just be there to refresh the rest of your team. But Stoic, that's just not the way it worked out. What'd you think of those games we just saw, man?
I mean, it was an absolute clinic coming out of LADRILLO. He is just such a monster when it comes to just all the units that he can bring to the table there. It's like when you try to respond to something, LADRILLO's got an answer for something else. He has that kind of depth to kind of do whatever he wants there. So I'm sure if we get a bruiser side of him where he pivots to go into like a turn 2 way, I'm sure he has all the answers there as well. So LADRILLO, definitely someone that a lot of people have to worry about. Hopefully everyone's taking their notes now as we get into America's Cup.
Yeah, I would just like to say LADRILLO's been using Veronica for so many seasons, and he's dealt with so many Haegangs. He knows how to deal with Haegang so well if you draft it against him.
Yeah, he seemed really comfortable playing into it. Like, Haegang is notably a monster that a lot of people have difficulty with, and for good reason. He brings something incredibly unique, but LADRILLO didn't care, neither did Veronica. Here we go, guys. Big V versus JEFFBOLADAOSW is going to be next. This is going to be a really big game. We have a previous America's Cup champion here, and also we have Jeff, who's shown prowess in just dissecting a draft and countering it perfectly. So, Stoic, looking ahead here, we got Big V. What are you expecting from this guy?
Big V's a very talented player here. I know he's down here in the redemption bracket, but Big V, he's an America's Cup champion. He is a way to get himself out of these kind of situations. We know he's got great rune quality. We know he's been utilizing his Kavachi a lot, and we know he has other tools at his disposal as well. We know that Yanhong, we know the Gianna. He has many, many ways to find his avenue of victory. So we'll see what happens as we get into this match here.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we've got Jeff here, Thompson. So what do you think of what we've seen from Jeff so far? Last time we saw Jeff was when he fought against RAIGEKI and more in day 2 of the prelims.
Yeah, JEFFBOLADAO loves using his Eleanor paired with his Haegang combo. But right now, Big V kind of won my heart by picking Sigrid. He ripped a page out of Neff's book. This will be a really interesting match.
It will be. All right, everybody. We got these players ready and waiting in the pick ban phase. This is going to be crazy. Well, again, we are going to be registering a player at the end of this for America's Cup proper. Stoic, I don't know if I could even pick a side in this one. I'd say that we've seen some of Big V today. I think that's part of the reason why I favor Big V already, is just because we've seen him draft. We've seen him play. And we're going to have to see if Jeff has what it takes to take him down, man.
Let's see if Jeff has what it takes. He's got the all of South America, counting on him to lock in this spot to go to Vegas here. So let's see if Jeff can do that. No pressure, JEFFBOLADAOSW, but you do have to go up against a previous America's Cup champion, Big V.
Yeah, Big V pre-banning the Eleanor, great pre-ban. Now he just has to deal with Haegang. And he from last match, he dealt with Haegang really well using the Sigrid, Chandra, and Cigar.
This is so interesting looking at that pre-ban down there. The Eleanor finding its way in pre-ban in SWC 2025. That is wild. The Kavachi also, no surprise there.
Yeah, Sigrid, he's just baiting Jeff Boladao to pick Hey Gang because that Sigrid kind of counters the Hey Gang pretty well.
Did I say SWC 2025? What year is it? I'm going to the future already. We've got our picks out of here. First pick from Jeff Boladao. We've got the cigar. We've got Big V showcasing this Okeanos, and the 33 speed lead Oliver. We've got Jeff showcasing his own 33 speed lead in the form of Vanessa, and a Miles is going to be coming along with it as well.
Yeah, now Big V has a choice to go with Barbara or maybe his Sigrid.
Oof. Are we going to see another Sigrid early? I don't know. I feel like we're not going to go down that route just yet. We'll see what happens here. Is he going to bring it? If he's not.
He chose to pick one of his LDs. I think he's going to still go with one of two of his LDs. Okay, I thought he's going to pick a water unit.
Ooh, I mean, those are some strong LDs being showcased right now. We've got Laura, we've got Yan Hong being drafted by Big V. We're commanding that turn one. We want it. Big V wants it. Let's see what Jeff Boladao is going to do. We've got the Verti-Heal. We know we saw the Verti-Heal up against the Raigeki matches where he was able to accrue a ton of value with that Verti-Heal. But this last pick is going to be from Jeff Boladao. Could be a couple things here.
Yeah, drafting against Jeff Boladao, you always know he's trying to pick up the Verti-Heal in his draft. It's really hard to play around that sometimes. He could let the Verti-Heal through and ban the Juno, but he has to hope Toy Knight goes through and actually stuns the Verti-Heal with a 50% chance, or just Okeanos. So he's going to have to pick a really big water threat right now.
See what that unit is going to be here. I don't know why, but I kind of wanted to see a Masha for some reason. No way are we going to see another unicorn here. The fact that we're seeing a Helena right now is wild.
Yeah, that's interesting because Jeff Boladao is like the unicorn master. He has Alexandria and Eleanor.
Yep, Helena's going to be catching that ban here. Verti-Heal's going to catch that ban. He does not want Jeff Boladao accruing any value here. Let's see what happens, guys. We get into the very first match with Jeff Boladao and Big V. Yan Hong going to be taking turn number one.
Yeah, I actually thought he could deal with Verti-Heal pretty well, but if Toy Knight doesn't stun the Verti-Heal, then it's actually a great ban.
Well, we've got skills available for Okeanos. Okeanos can shut units down here. Let's go with the big rain of stones, getting stuns everywhere. Look at the amount of damage once again on this field. Great additional damage, great artifacts coming from Big V.
Yeah, great artifacts indeed. That Okeanos does huge damage. Also, still 2024 still awakens to crit rate.
Not a bad thing, but kind of a bad thing at the same time. But it did provide lots of damage here. We've got Cigar with 1 foot in the door. I would honestly put it at, because this Cigar is not in great shape at all, especially being stunned up at the moment. We do know Juno doesn't mind the stuns here, so Juno still looking as healthy as ever. But once again, Big V pulling that damage directly into Cigar.
Yeah, Toy Knight actually only landing one slow, so that's kind of unfortunate for Big V.
More damage coming towards this Cigar. We can see the resets getting prioritized on the Miles. Doesn't want that unit to take a turn here. Doesn't want it to proc out of that stun either. I think that's what Big V kind of hoping doesn't happen right now. So we have reset available with our Okeanos. We can lay down a little bit more damage. Going to be going towards this Vanessa, stopping this unit from potentially getting any defense breaks or even having that revive up there. Charge Vitality is going to be ready for us and pumping up our Laura.
Yeah, because Big Z's been counting cooldowns with his Oliver, he chose to not use Spare of Devastation for 2 turns.
Oof, Cigar definitely not looking good right now. That Dot's not going to finish him off here, but this Oliver does have the power to finish him off, but it looks like the resets the attack bar is going to take priority on this Miles right now.
Yeah, that Juno is going to be kind of hard for, kind of annoying for Big V, but Big V could still deal with it. Earlier on, if there was a Verti-Heal, you know, like, it's probably going to be stunned by Okeanos anyways.
Wow, you could definitely tell Big V didn't want Miles to take a turn at all. It's almost like he could smell the violent proc from here, and of course it happens, but not a lot of value for Jeff there. Going out, he's just trying to limit the damage and limit the units from Big V, trying to get what he can on this Laura. And we know that Charge Vitality can be coming up very shortly.
Yeah, Jeff Boladao actually drafted against Laura really well, but just the power of Yan Hong being able to heal, deal a bunch of damage took over the game.
Exactly that. So round number 1 going to Big V.
Yeah, let's just see who they're going to pre-ban first, because Jeff Belladao is going to be able to have his Eleanor.
Let's see what those pre-bans going to be. The Eleanor. Is the Eleanor going to be that impactful going up against Big V? I'm not too sure, but Jeff Belladao, he has shown that he does like to have this unit in a lot of his drafts, so we'll find out how much he really likes this unit if he does bring it up against Big V. But we've got the Laura in the pre-ban. We got the Vanessa in the pre-ban as well.
Yeah, Eleanor, with her passive, it's like kind of inconsistent, but very consistent when you're used to bringing like AoE strips, because like when you AoE strips, you're hitting 4 units, and one of them is going to glance.
Big V taking prio on the cigar. He has been taking a lot of priority on this unit as well in his first matchup today. He was definitely prioritizing. Jesus, that word's going to kill me today. The cigar and Jeff Belladao, we've got that Vertihill coming back to the table. The Water Twin Angels as well.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Jeff Belladao really prioritized the Vertihill. And interesting to see Big V picking the Sigrid up again.
And we are going to see it. He showcased this unit before, and it was very interesting to see him bringing that unit to the table here. So it's going to be back here in this round number 2 with Jeff Belladao. Let's see what he's going to do. Are we going to get an Eleanor coming out? And it is! He is going to bring the Eleanor back out. That is so wild to see this light unicorn getting priority in a draft in SWC.
I think the Sigrid was picked because Jeff Belladao was actually challenging Big V's speed with both Vertihill and Water Twin Angel. And picking Vertihill this early, it could present that he might be going for a Swift Vertihill. So that's why the Sigrid was picked up, because I'm pretty sure Big V has Sigrid on his fastest Swift set. One of his fastest Swift set. He has a lot.
It was very, very fast indeed. But that Leo's definitely going to put a damper on some things here. I like that Big V's showcasing the Bulwark. I know we talked about this before with Raigeki having so much trouble with this Eleanor that we were wondering if a Bulwark was going to be a response. So it looks like Big V is going to try his pot here and see if Bulwark will be an answer for the Eleanor. That does showcase we're letting that Eleanor through.
Yeah, that Bulwark is a good pick, but it doesn't really answer Vertihill. So it seems like Vertihill is going to get picked, but then that means the last pick is going to be led through.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, we might be seeing a potential Leo ban as well, not wanting to limit any of our speed here. The Ethna, I think, is a pretty good pick coming out of Jeff Belladao for sure.
Eleanor is going to be really annoying for Gianna. Oh, see, the Vertihill's got to be banned.
Yeah, Vertihill definitely catching a ban here. Gianna catching a ban here. Let's see if Bulwark has what it takes to stop this light unicorn. We're getting into round number 2 right here with 24 speed leads for both players here. Big V versus Jeff Belladao in round number 2.
Yeah, I noticed that Eleanor got through because Big V picked Bulwark. So let's just see how the Bulwark's going to perform this game.
See what happens, because Leo's taking turn 1, violent proccing into the Surgrid as well. You can see Jeff Belladao trying to already do something about this Surgrid, not getting anything stripped there, going directly into the Surgrid, in gets the stun as well.
This Bulwark is probably on a Violent Will Bulwark, because you see he had 4 stacks, but there's no shield runes, and there's 1 set of will runes.
Exactly that. Let's see if he's going to stun it up here, stopping the Surgrid once again. Or he could just go... Yeah, the 5 stacks of knowledge are already there. You might as well press buttons at this point.
But next turn, transforming to human form means next turn he's going to get another 4 stacks. Bulwark being a pretty solid counter for Eleanor. And we already know Big V's problem. His problem with his drafts is that it's always hard for him to bring like 1 consistent damage dealer, and now he found it in Bulwark. So it's kind of nice to see Bulwark in his draft.
Definitely. I do kind of like this Bulwark, because I know we did discuss it before going into the Eleanor, so I think Bulwark is the answer here. So right now, Ethna definitely in a really rough situation right now, so no turns are going to be taken by that Ethna. So we're going to see Big V dropping that unit, does get the kill on Ethna, and that's one of those big defense breakers that Jeff Belladao is going to be using to have his Leo pop off on. So that's not going to be happening here. We get a 3rd skill looking to get a slow or just more damage out onto the Water Twin Angels.
Yeah, he's going to get 4 stacks over here, and then he's going to get another 3 stacks when the unicorn moves.
Trying to land the provokes, and that's not going to be happening here because there's going to be no cleanse available. See if the additional turn pops out. No additional turn by that light unicorn. Look at that damage going into the water twin angels. Water twin angels take a ton of damage right there. Is the dot going to be enough? I think that unicorn should be right there to cleanse it, and it's not going to matter. Big V winning in round number 2.
Yeah, Big V won this round pretty well. There wasn't enough control to control the Bulwark, so Bulwark just went crazy, healing the team, dealing damage, finish off the Ethna.
Yep, so I think that definitely answers the question. Is Bulwark enough for that light unicorn? I think it is. I think the Bulwark is definitely enough for the light unicorn. And the light unicorn still in the pre-ban right now, and that Kavachi as well.
Well, most of the time it's not enough because Bulwark is very susceptible to control, but JEFFBOLADAO didn't bring a lot of control, so that's why the unit got through Bulwark.
There's that Oliver. There's that Okeanos getting some priority once again by Big V. We've got JEFFBOLADAO showcasing the Cigar and a 33 speed lead Vanessa.
Yeah, interesting to see Vanessa gets picked out. Now, JEFFBOLADAO might just go with Vanessa and the double bruiser comp, picking up the Josephine early. Josephine countering a lot of the stuff that Big V's trying to do. Hopefully the Josephine's on will runes, because if it's not, the Oliver is just going to take over Josephine.
Ooh, there's the Laura and the Yan Hong being showcased by Big V once again. He got so much damage and a lot of value by drafting these 2 units. So interesting to see that we're going to get a Josephine out here for JEFFBOLADAO. And we've got 2 more picks here to respond to the double LD5s Big V's laying down.
Yeah, instead of Barbara, he just picks Young Hong because Young Hong just has a faster base speed. But right there, actually, Barbara looks pretty nice.
Double fire units. JEFFBOLADAO is going to slam that down. Vertiheel, Fire Monkey King being drafted. No way! Are we going to see the Helena once again? It caught the ban last time. Is it going to catch another ban?
Water Monkey King. Helena is better in the first draft. Not that much better here.
And he does get a pivot to a Rika. So Rika is going to get locked in here for Big V. Obviously, we don't have any form of immunity. So Rika is one of those problematic units where it can lay down absolutely everything. Obviously, stunning things up may be a problem because of the Josephine, but we do have 2 ways to reset that unit.
Yeah, Rika's going to get banned, and that leaves an open ban to Josephine. Pretty telegraphed ban for Josephine because he picked Rika.
Yeah, most definitely. So we got 33 speed lead for both players here as we get into round number 3. Big V at match point. JEFFBOLADAO looking to keep himself alive here and make his way to Vegas. He's trying his best, but we've got Big V in his way.
This is the first time Vertiheel got through. Let's see if the Vertiheel puts in any work this game.
Oh, no revenge is there. This is the double revenge will, I believe, on this Vertiheel, so not happening right there just yet. We've got Rain of Stones happening right now. Not getting a stun on top of the Vanessa, and of course not getting it onto this Fire Monkey King. We have the reset getting resisted on top of the Cigar, which is very fortunate. Looking to set up a defense break, though.
Yeah, 29 being only a chance to stun. Big V played that really well, not using 2.9 so early.
Let's see if he can set up another script here, removing this defense buff from anybody. Opting to go for a skill 1 despair stun onto the lower from this Vanessa, so it's very fortunate. I don't know if we see a charge vitality just yet. I don't think he needs to push anybody up there. Just a little skill 1, looking to apply a glancing on the Cigar, not getting that glancing.
All eyes are on that Vertiheel right now. That's why he hesitated a little bit. He's thinking, should I greed and glance the Vertiheel, or should I not glance the Vertiheel?
Yeah, that's a scary take there, so he didn't go for it. I know it's looking a little bit better right now for JEFFBOLADAO. His units are looking a little low, but he's able to take away one of those units there for Big V with that Fire Monkey King. I know the Fire Monkey King has troublesome units there that Big V has to deal with. So Cigar is going to be dropping, does get revived back for the Nessa third skill here. So now we're online. Vertiheel trying to pump up that attack bar. We're looking to set up a defense break, and Fire Monkey King is ready to take advantage of one of those units here.
Yeah, the Oliver getting that proc, I'm surprised JEFFBOLADAO's units didn't proc, especially the Cigar.
Charge Vitality comes out onto the Oliver. We're looking to reduce some attack bar here. He needs to maybe push back or try to push back this Fire Monkey King, but at least the Yan Hong will be shaking off that defense break.
Yeah, but Jeff Boladao just has such great support units to back up his Monkey King right now.
Holy damage! We had the Yan Hong had enough in the tank to get rid of that Verti-heal. So Big V not having to worry about all that attack bar that Jeff Boladao could have accrued there. Gets rid of the Verti-heal. But you know what? We're trading some units here. Jeff Boladao with a beautiful additional turn. Drops that Yan Hong.
Yeah, right now it just looks like the Fire Monkey King is going to take over the game. Unless the Oliver continuously push back and resets the Fire Monkey King.
That's exactly what needs to happen, is he needs to really push back lots of attack bar. And keep in mind, we have a reset coming from this Vanessa as well, so I think he might swap over to try to push it. No, all attack bar. Everything's going into this Fire Monkey King. Big V knows he needs to get rid of this unit, so the additional damage is going to be rolling in. Stuns up that Vanessa. We're getting more additional turns coming out of Fire Monkey King. Fire Monkey King has what it takes in the tank to get rid of Big V here, but Big V is going to try and hold on to his best because he knows that Vanessa has the revive up and available. And looking for stuns here, not needing the stuns at all. Jeff Boladao in round 3, putting one on the board.
Yeah, great picks by Jeff Boladao, picking that Fire Monkey King, also Verti-heal to take care of Oliver.
Indeed. I mean, it was a unit that Big V had a lot of trouble with. He knew he had to get rid of that Verti-heal, so Jeff wasn't accruing a ton of value, gaining lots of attack bar over Big V there. So Big V kind of got lucky. There was no revenges coming out of this Verti-heal. And Verti-heal wasn't really showcasing it was on Violent either. We couldn't confirm if it was a Violent will. I'm assuming it was double revenge will.
Jeff Boladao's Verti-heal is on double revenge will, but he was angling to draft the Meiho Wang the whole time because Meiho Wang both counters the Oliver and the Okeanos.
Exactly that, and it's the unit that really brought him victory in that round as well. So let's see what happens. Big V still at match point. Jeff Boladao looking to keep himself alive here. We got pre-bans locked in already. Vanessa and the Surgrid down in the pre-ban. We have Big V locking in that Saga. Jeff Boladao taking one piece of that puzzle. The Chandra gets drafted. Not the Veladrill, but the Verti-heal.
Big V had to play against Verti-heal 4 games in a row, 3 games in a row right now. 2 times it got banned. 1 time it got let through. It won the match.
Exactly. Let's see. Let's see what happens as we continue this draft here. Verti-heal does get confirmed by Jeff Boladao. Big V taking his time here. I think he really wants to make the right decision going up against Chandra and Verti-heal here.
Yeah, if Jeff Boladao actually wins this match, he could Big V could actually consider pre-banning the Verti-heal. Heigang being a good counter for Verti-heal, and also Gianna does really well against Verti-heal as well. It's good picks by Big V overall.
I agree with that. I think these are great picks for Big V as well. Taking the Gianna, also taking this Heigang away from his opponent. I think the Eleanor, I'm not surprised to see this being prioritized by Jeff.
Yeah, Eleanor does really good into like AoE strips. So now Big V is going to really have to worry about Heigang and Gianna doing their job.
Yep, there's the Ethna, there's Eleanor. We have those confirmed units by Jeff. Very quickly drafted by Big V, and he takes both those units away. So the Ragdoll is something Big V wants to draft right now. There's no way you lock that in. Every time I see out of Rag, and I'm just not for it.
Yeah, Artemel's not that bad into Verti-heal and Ethna. I like the Artemel pick here.
I too would draft out of Rag here. I would. But then I would find a way to lose here. And I think that's the only reason why I'm not such a fan. But I do think Ada Rag is a fine draft here. We get a Veramos wrapping up Jeff Boladao's draft.
Yeah, Veramos is a force ban. And Big V will be able to choose who he wants to ban, either the Eleanor? Yeah, probably the Eleanor. Oh, okay, he didn't ban the Eleanor. I mean,
Hagen's going to be catching a ban, and so is that Veramos. We have some interesting bans here as we're going into match point with Big V, and Jeff Boladao looking to keep himself alive, and defense leads coming out here for Big V. That's going to be a big Ada coming at him with that defense lead. So let's see what happens. Ethna's kicking things off right now.
That's going to be a really thick Arda. I think that 2-turn heal is going to provide Big V a lot of sustain.
See if he can land some provokes out here. I'm a big fan of Ada and Cigar. I like landing the provokes on units that can crit. You can kind of control where that attention's going, and Ada gets to take advantage of those crits there. But there's that big cleanse coming out of the Light Unicorn. No provokes going to be landing here. Right now, Gianna's taking a lot of fire right now.
Right now, you're kind of at the disposal of Artemil's stun. If Big V sees that heal is big, but if Big V is able to get some despair stuns, then he could take over this game. If he gets no despair stuns, then it's going to be tough for Big V to take over this game.
And pretty good strips are happening right now for this Ada as well. He's getting some nice, those anti-crits ripped off, and ooh, we get a nice additional turn coming out. And no bomb is going to land on top of that Eleanor, but he is going to push for that skill 3, looking for a full team stun. He does get it.
No glance was applied. Eleanor's passive not working.
There's the big damage. 14k coming from Ada to finish off that Ethna there.
Yep, armor broken Ethna. Yes.
Definitely going to be getting rid of that unit. We're going to see some additional damage rolling in. I think that was 1.7k from Gianna. I think I saw from first skill. So that's some really good damage coming towards the Sandra.
It almost feels like a Rage Artemil, not a Despair Artemil.
He is. He's putting out some really good numbers. He also has that defense lead too, which is definitely helping out on that damage. 7.8k is going to be dropping that unit. JEFFBOLADAOSW is going to concede Big V in round number 4 and moving forward to Vegas.
Look forward to seeing Big V at the America's Cup for SWC 2024. He did it, and man, Stoic, he did it with Arda Rag. How are you feeling about that, man?
You know, I don't think Ada is a bad unit. It's like, he just has those moments where it's like he's supposed to do all of this, that, and the other thing and doesn't. But you know what? We didn't see the Despair Stuns, but we saw the strips happen, and we saw really good damage from Ada. He also provided really good sustain to keep his Gianna alive. So you know what? Ada was pretty good here.
He was, and you know what, Thompson? I think there might be something to that, man. He might not be on Despair. He might have been a Rage build.
Picking Artemil requires a lot of artistry and craft because he needs a lot of boxes checked. Like the opponent can't have a lot of HP, you know, Ethna, and then they can't have any despair units, any control units, any armor breaking units, and all the boxes kind of just check.
Oh man, that's all, huh? Quite the checklist you got to go through before you decide whether or not to bring in Artemil. Man, he did it though. He found the opportunity, and now we found ourselves in a position where we only have 2 more slots left for qualified players at the America's Cup. LADRILLO and Big V have joined the likes of Minishini, True Whale, Vinny, and Badowny in the qualified rankings there. So Stoic, looking ahead, man, what are you expecting? Are you looking forward? We still got 2 more games ahead of us, dude.
Yes, we do. We've got some great games ahead of us. Looking forward to all those matches.
Heck yeah. Stick with us, everybody. We'll be right back after this short break.
Is far overdue. Skies are black and no one to call out to. Filtering breath singing in the cold air. 100 years of glory and sadness too. Nothing could compare to all you've been through. In this long despair, tears are falling, falling. Rivers calling, eyes are shut tight. No longer fight, but don't you forget to keep your head up high. In this free tool of rebirth, the kingdom shines bright. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the glimpse of vigor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Bracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glory red and bold. Go rise up. Towards the altar of the scorching bright sun. Nothing can stop your journey, oh no one. Despite all the doubts, you keep flying, flying, all are crying. You're here last, the time passed so fast, but don't you forget everything that's begun. In the burning flame you shine with a melodious cry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 3 of the America's Cup prelims for SWC 2024. I'm still Evan, and I'm still here with Thompson and Stoic, where we are prepared to be watching the last two games that we're going to be watching today. At the end of these two, we're going to have our last two qualified players for the America's Cup proper on October 12th. But before we look ahead, I wanted to look back for a second, keep talking about that game between JEFFBOLADAOSW and Big V. So Thompson, we also got to see some kind of pseudo, I'll use the word unorthodox picks in there too. I loved getting to see, even for a second, Helena appearing in the pick ban phase. I like seeing Rika as a counter pick too, and also the Arda representation. What do you think of those pick ban phases?
I think the pick ban phases are all really well. JEFFBOLADAOSW might have relied on Vertihill a little bit too much, even though Vertihill is a great unit. But you could start seeing Big V slowly adapt into Vertihill later on in the game, and that was nice watching Big V adapt.
Yeah, it's cool seeing that happen live. You know, in these best of five Stoic, that's probably like my favorite part, is you really get to see these players get to know each other on the fly.
Exactly. It's the importance of the best of five. You don't want to leave it to RNG, and you really can't say RNG really swayed matches when you do a best of five. I understand a best 2 out of 3, like it maybe didn't go your way in a best 2 out of 3, but a best of 5, there really isn't an excuse anymore.
It's true. And here we go. So this is one that we've all had our eyes on, and I know, Thompson, you called it out as one of the games you were most looking forward to with TOPAV in it. And I got to tell you, man, Panda has also won my heart. Watching his games earlier today, I actually really enjoyed watching his playstyle.
Yeah, Panda drafts really well. It's just unfortunate that TUANTUAN didn't make it because TUANTUAN's runes doesn't have will runes. But Panda drafting that Ragdoll really well. Also, the Gapsu takes it out of TOPAV's box.
Yeah, that was a great pick from him. And then we've got Topa, who is known for drafting Yonhong, loving crowd control. We've already seen Topa play today, or rather in the days prior to the prelims. Stoic, what are you expecting Topa to bring up against his opponent here?
Well, Topa's super consistent. We know about his 2 LD Nat 5s that he likes to draft often. That's that Ragdoll. That's that Yonhong. We know Ragdoll's going to be contested between both these players here. But one unit to take note that he does like to heavily bring into his drafts are the Masha, as a damage dealer that provides, a lot of avenues of victory for TOPAV. So expect to see some Masha gameplay coming out of him. So I'm curious if Panda Lake's going to read into that and kind of, take that unit away from, or even pre-ban a unit like this to stop TOPAV.
Yeah, let's see what happens. We're going into the next match, Panda Like versus TOPAV. One of these players will be qualified for the America's Cup, and the other will be sent home. Thompson, Stoic, take it away.
Oh, there's your pre-bans right here, guys. There's that Yonhong getting pre-banned by Panda Like, and the Gianna getting pre-banned out by TOPAV. First pick for Panda Like, it is going to be Saga.
Yeah, you also failed to mention one of TOPAV's newest LB additions.
Oh my
It
god,
is,
are we gonna see that? I don't know if we see the light dragon. We might.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We'll find out if he's got something, you know, in store for us. Because, like we said, this is not the time to hide the tricks. It's the time to use those tricks. So Panda-like, after that Saga was drafted, he's going to bust out the Velajewel and the Water Twin Angels coming to light here. TOPAV with the Chandra, the Fire, Desert Warrior, Ragdoll, and Juno's coming into draft for TOPAV.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you'll be seeing the Light Dragon in this game, Zerath, because Zerath actually pairs really well with the Water Twin Angel, but Panda-like took the Water Twin Angel from TOPAV.
Yep, I do like this pick here by Panda-like. I think the Chow is in a really good place going up against Topa. I think this is a very strong unit with what already is at the table right now for TOPAV. We're going heavy water units right now. So there goes a Miles being drafted by Panda-like, and there's no opportunity for Masha being drafted right now. I don't care how many times a Masha crits water, but there is a world where Diana can be an option.
Yeah, the Chow is okay here. Only because I feel like Chandra, Ragdoll, and Ashore kind of deals with Chow decently. Let's just see how this goes for Panda-like.
Let's see what happens. We have the Smicer as the last pick, because Smicer be smicing today, and TOPAV is going to lock that in his final pick. Bans are going to be coming out right here.
Yeah, Smicer's gone, man. Smicer's not going to make it through the draft.
Yeah, I know. Smice is such a problem. This Smicer last pick, I feel like, says a Chow ban, but you know what? Water Twin Angel is going to catch the ban here. That's a lot of damage from Panda-like in the form of this Miles and Chow.
I do like the Water Twin Angel ban because that means he doesn't provide the first turn and also the armor break that comes with the Water Twin Angel.
There goes that skill right there. Looking for a stun on top of the Fire Desert Warrior, not getting it, but a lot of damage from this Miles going to go out onto the field right now. I think he's going to hold on to that skill 2. He's going to go for the skill 2, getting the Despair Stun on that Velajewel.
All eyes on Velajewel, seeing if the Velajewel procs.
That is crazy. Exactly. Will the Velajewel get that additional turn here? The Hug's going to go out onto the Fire Desert Warrior to protect him. There's that skill 3 getting the slow on all units here except the Cigar. All the damage right now. TOPAV is going to be aiming at one of these units, and that unit is going to be Cigar here.
Commentator's curse? Oh!
No violent proc coming out of that Velajewel. More damage coming towards that Ragdoll. So there's an up attack bar here for TOPAV with these big crits. We've got Juno looking for another Despair Stun. Not happening. Here goes that third skill from the Fire Desert Warrior. He needs to take out this Velajewel, and that's going to put TOPAV in a great position. And all right. We're not going to see the rest of that match
break
here.
All right.
Unfortunately, the armor break didn't come out.
I think someone in production was hoping for an armor break as well and may have slammed their keyboard, but we're back, guys, and we're back at a Velajewel looking really low here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he unloaded everything on the Velajewel, and the Velajewel didn't die, also didn't get an armor break. Not getting armor break was really huge.
It definitely was, because I think that Velajewel would be gone at the moment here, so more damage coming towards it. There's that third skill. So he's able to finally get immunity up here, but now we have Juno taking the next turn, so it is going to be ready to strip all of that immunity off if he wants it.
Yeah, that was like the perfect sequence for TOPAV because Miles was only under control because it had slow, but it procced out of the slow debuff.
Yep, there's more damage coming towards the Chandra right now. So now that Velajewel is gone, it's looking a little bit better for TOPAV at the moment, but let's keep in mind, though, Chow is going to provide lots of damage with that second skill after these units start dropping here. And Miles is still a very good damage dealer.
He has to kill that Chandra right now because Chandra has skill 3 up. Oh no. So now Chandra is going to land skill 3 on Miles, and it's going to nerf a lot of the damage coming from TOPAV.
Ooh, TOPAV really tried for it. Goes with the big skill 3 there to try and take out that Miles with the Fire Desert Warrior. Not happening right here. So there's the skill 2. He's going to protect that Fire Desert Warrior. He's going to lay down that third skill, getting Despair Stun on top of this Cigar as well. I think he has to finish that unit off. He doesn't want it proccing out here. A lot of attention is going towards this Miles. He wants to get rid of this unit.
Yeah, as I was saying in the pick and ban draft, the team does pretty well into a Chow because Ashore heals. Ragdoll gets attack bar, and also Chandra protects the damage you're getting from the single target damage that Chao provides.
Ragdoll getting a lot of additional turns here. It is pumping a lot of damage into this Chao, but Chao is not going to be soloing this round here. TOPAV with a round 1 victory.
Yeah, good drafting by TOPAV. I like how he didn't ban the Chao being a fake unit.
Well, Chao's not bad. I don't think Chao's was a terrible pick there, but maybe Panda Light could have used a little bit more team synergy. He did have a lot of damage in there, but more team synergy might be in order for Panda Light.
I wonder I wonder if he's gonna pre-ban the Ragdoll, because both of them has Ragdoll, but then now the other person has first pick.
Wow, Sekhmet actually getting some priority here in the pre-ban against TOPAV. Sagai's going to get pre-banned out by TOPAV.
Yeah, Cigar is a great pre-ban against TOPAV, because TOPAV is really relying on Chandra and Cigar picking the two duels.
There's the Chandra getting drafted by TOPAV as a first pick. Wow, Panda Like taking prio on the Fire Desert Warrior and the Water Twin Angels as well.
Yeah, you know Panda Like has really good runes on the Ashore because it outsped in the previous game, so I see why he wants to take priority over Shower. It also strips, single target strips, and lands Silence. So I like that second pick as well for Panda Like.
I think this is a great note for the audience to take here. Anytime we have seen a Smicer, we have seen a Veramos getting drafted here. So TOPAV with the Smicer pick, paired up with that Veladrill, Panda Like with the Ragdoll and the Veramos here.
Yeah, you have to pick the Veramos, because you can't just tell TOPAV like, oh, I have no answers for Smicer. I'm just gonna like pre-ban it when you have 2 more picks, you know?
Yep. Oh my God, we have a unit coming out here. I know you're a fan of this. We have the light macaroon, light macaroon god.
Audrey, light hollyberry cookie counters single target damage, also counters Ragdoll. But Gapsu counters light hollyberry cookie, so you have to ban the Gapsu right now.
Wait a minute, this is TOPAV's 4th LD5. I actually forgot that he even had this, and that unit isn't in At5. I forgot about that. Gapsu looking terrifying right now, coming to the table here.
Oh no! Yeah, the Gapsu is going to destroy the Water Hollyberry Cookie and also the Smicer. Let me tell you this, there's going to be so much heals going on, the Gapsu is going to get so many turns along with Ragdoll. This is not looking too good for TOPAV.
No, not at all. It's a very scary match for him indeed. Let's see what this third skill is going to be happening here. Looking for the silence, and no silence is going to be going on to this Veladrill. We have skills available. We could be setting up a defense break for one of our units here.
Yeah, I like how he held off the strip because he still wants to poke a hole into the team.
So we can go for a hug here to try to protect our Veladrill, because we do know Veladrill is going to catch a lot of attention here. Just goes for a straight stun here onto the Ragdoll. Bomb comes out, does land on top of this Fire Desert Warrior.
Did you see the bar? Oh no, that's a horrible proc. Look at the Gapsu bar.
So much Gapsu bar. We do have to worry about this unit. I know we're trying to land bombs and provide lots of damage, but Gapsu does a real good way at stopping that.
I think right now the light is just like kind of go into auto mode, because right now Gapsu is going to just be getting so much bar from Smicer and like Hollyberry Cookie.
I think what might need to happen is we're looking at a lot of HP down, attack up situation where Gapsu really starts to take a lot of damage, but Panda Like's going to be dealing a lot of damage at that point, so let's see if TOPAV can get to that point here in this draft. But Gapsu, definitely a troublesome unit right now for TOPAV.
Yeah, let's see if the armor break lands on Audrey. Oh, he doesn't go for the Audrey.
Oh, going for the Chandra instead. We're providing lots of sustain, but lots of attack bar for this Gapsu. We're going to be setting up a strip. Are we going for a defense break here onto the Ragdoll? And we are going for a defense break. We are stripping that shield right off of the Ragdoll.
Yeah, now the Audrey could kind of protect the Chandra, and Chandra could kind of protect the Audrey. They both have hugs.
That attack bar in Gapsu is so crazy to see it in real time like that. Oh man, I think the Gapsu is absolutely incredible. Now we're reaching torrent level right now with the Ragdoll, but we are getting a little bit of sustain here on Panda Like's side of the team here, so we may not see that torrent happen here. And it looks like Panda Like's going to swap his attention, moving on to the Audrey instead.
Yeah, you have to, because the Chandra got hugged by Audrey. I was just surprised that he didn't armor break the Audrey. He wants to armor break on Chandra. If the Audrey proc, then that would have been a dead Ragdoll.
See where this defense break's going. Topa's been showcasing that he's putting a lot of damage, a lot of effort into the Ragdoll. So it looks like that's what's going to happen there. He is going for defense breaks on the Ragdoll. We got Panda looking for a stun here on the Villager who wants to stop that unit there. Bomb is going to detonate. Not too much damage is happening to this fire back, so he handled it very, very well.
Yeah, as the game progresses on, you're going to start seeing like TOPAV kind of stuck in quicksand, because every time TOPAV's units move, either Villager with the second skill, Light Hollyberry Cookie, or Smicer, you see a bunch of bar gained by Gapsu. Also, any kind of crits will give Gapsu bar because of Ragdoll.
Yeah, exactly. Wonderful stuns there. He was able to get there on the Villager, and there's that big second skill providing lots of damage onto this Audrey. And Audrey's going to get 3-turn immunity. It's going to get healed up quite a bit here. I think we are going to see a skill 3 happening. Nice little Despair Stun goes out onto the Ragdoll, so more damage coming towards Ragdoll. Gets the additional turn as well. He can take that Ragdoll out and does so.
Yeah, now armor breaking the Audrey is coming back to haunt Panda Like. It would have been a dead Audrey by now.
And that's crazy, but we do have some skills available happening here. Never mind, it is going to get silenced, so Gapsu's going to get silenced here. I think we probably go with skill 1s to heal our team up. Not going to happen. So it looks like we're going with some shields, stunning up the Water Twin Angels. TOPAV trying to get what damage that he can out there. Villager with a beautiful second skill, healing up the team, giving attack bar to the Gapsu, but defense breaking this fire back.
Yeah, the difference between Audrey and the difference between Chandra is like Audrey, you can't choose who you hug. It just hugs the lowest percent HP unit on your team. So that's why like you had to armor break the Audrey and kill the Audrey, because she can't hug herself, and you just have to aim at her first.
What a wild match. The Ragdoll Gapsu combination gets defeated. TOPAV was able to prevail in that match there. With all that sustain, Gapsu could not shut down that match there, and TOPAV gaining victory in round number 2. TOPAV's at match point right now, but the pre-ban's getting locked in right now. It is Yeonhong and Gianna in pre-ban.
Yeah, on the other hand, Audrey is still a good pick against Ragdoll, because it doesn't crit on her damage. You just need defense.
Well, there's your first pick there by Panda Like. It is going to be the Cigar. We got TOPAV prioritizing some units here. It's going to be Chandra. Villager being prioritized by TOPAV. Panda Like very, very quick to lay down these 2 units once again. It's the Water Twin Angels. It's the Fire Baek coming to the table for Panda Like.
Yeah, I like how Panda Like is stealing TOPAV's Cigar.
I like that. I think the Cigar is a very good take there for Panda Like, but I'm also not a fan of the Water Twin Angels and the Fire Baek. So we haven't seen great success for Panda Like drafting these 2 units, and he's still trying to prioritize them. I don't think they're bad units, but I feel like a different avenue is in this situation right now for Panda Like. We're not going to see the Miles, but we see the Amelio. So we're going double water as our last picks here. We've seen this before from Panda Like, and TOPAV was able to prevail in that match. Our last pick for TOPAV is going to be an Oliver, where we're showcasing no immunity on the side of Panda Like. So again, Oliver looking like it's going to be the ban, and that's what happens. Oliver catches the ban, Chow catches the ban. These guys know exactly what they want. We're flying through this draft phase.
Yeah, flying indeed. Let's see who Panda Like is going to armor break and kill off on the first turn. Wow, that
we have a very fast pay game. It
Yes.
did. Glancing gets applied on this entire field here. We want to stop that third skill from doing anything at all, or even the second skill for doing anything at all. TOPAV, once again, at match point. Panda Like needs to win this to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Panda Like still has a strip and reset for the Villager, so that's going to come huge. But watching today, usually Cigar makes all the strips and reset on Villager. Oh, I cursed it.
Man, you cursed it indeed. We did not get that strip reset onto the Veladrill. We do land a provoke on top of the Hit King, but we've got that defense break coming out, getting a ton of damage, landing on top of this Firebake. Firebake is in a very rough situation right now. Masha pummeling in that damage. No additional turn is going to be happening here, but I do think we're going to get a Firebake to drop out very shortly. But Abelio is going to be here to save that unit.
Yeah, Fast Link getting so much value, getting so much attack power because of all the harmful effects on Eshar.
Not looking good at all for Panda. Like, his big damage dealer has been removed from the field. Masha is going to be getting another additional turn here, looking for a defense break on top of the Scar, pummeling in that damage in. We have a nice additional turn coming out of the Water Twin Angels. I don't know what they can really do with that additional turn. We'll find out.
I do like Panda likes drafts, except I feel like he always picks Eshar a little bit too early.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think we needed to call for something else at that time. You know, team synergy, instead of that like damage, you can bring that damage later on, and that's what he was doing. He was bringing damage later on. So I'm not too sure what needs to happen. All I know is in this match, I don't know what Panda Light can do to stay alive right now. TOPAV on an absolute onslaught right now. We're looking at a 3-0 right now, unless Panda Light can really work some sort of magic.
Yeah, usually on the ladder, instead of a shower, he's just gonna slam down Gianna, but Gianna got rebanned. So I thought like it could be maybe a Ragdoll or Nikki angle that he has.
There's the stuns coming out on top of the Chandra, trying to shut that unit down. We have a 3-turn immunity coming up here. TOPAV honestly sitting very pretty right now. Getting the defense break, critting water. Masha finally critting water and doing a ton of damage here, but there's our heal, trying to heal up our Water Twin Angels. I'm not too sure what Panda Like has left in the tank, because this should finish off the Water Twin Angels. TOPAV in full control in this round number 3. Abelio does not have what it takes.
Yeah, for Abelio's skill to get full value, you kind of want to bring him into a bunch of AoE, but TOPAV does apply a lot of single target damage.
And just like that, with a 3-0, TOPAV punched his ticket to the America's Cup for SWC 2024 and ended Panda Like's run. Well done, TOPAV, and great show to Panda Like too. Guys, that was awesome. I love seeing Topa in his element, and that's exactly what he felt like watching those games. It seemed like he was incredibly comfortable up against what Panda Like was bringing. And Thompson, I know you must be thrilled, man. That was a great show, great call from you too.
Yeah, glad to see TOPAV back in America's Cup. He played really well, drafted really well, and played around all of Panda Like's unit.
Yeah, he did. And speaking of those units, Stoic, you know, you brought it up, but I think the Assure might have popped up in that pick ban phase a little too early each time he made an appearance on Panda Like's side.
Yeah, that's right. I agreed with Thompson on that, where Panda Like was kind of showcasing a little bit too much and not enough like team synergy. And it's not that I think any of these units are bad, but I think we just needed a change of pace there. When you can try to like force your opponent into a weird place where you're kind of not making them feel so comfortable, I think he made TOPAV too comfortable, and he was able to draft a lot of things the way he wanted it. We had that one match where Gapsu was very, very good, where we had a lot of sustain on the other side of the field, but TOPAV still found ways to get through that match there. And I think Panda Like maybe needs to address this draft just a little bit, especially going up against people like TOPAV, who can draft really, really well. But a super, super tough match. But a huge congratulations goes to TOPAV, a Summit champion, and he's going to Vegas to try his best to become an America's Cup champion.
Yeah, he is. There we go. And we, just like that, we have 7 of our 8 decided. We have one more game ahead of us now, and at the end of it, we will have our final participants for the America's Cup in Vegas on October 12th. This is the last one. This is everything on the line between STAYHIVE and ZEZAS. This is going to be one to watch for sure. Thompson, how do you feel about how STAYHIVE has been performing today? I think he's been doing so well.
STAYHIVE drafted out of his mind today. He was able to bring in Ella, the Light Totem, also a bunch of other units that we didn't know he had, like Volantis, Ella, Julianne. He has a bunch of LDs, and they're also really well ruined. So ZEZAS has a lot of work put out in front of him.
Yeah, he does. He's got his work cut out for him. Stoic, our point leader from the America's Summit earlier this year too. What does he need to do to kind of come out on top against STAYHIVE?
ZEZAS needs to stay consistent. ZEZAS does a really good job at kind of putting his opponent in a weird place, and I think he's done that in the past there. He did it in Summit, and he can do it here in SWC, where he kind of drafts his opponent into a corner, and I think that can happen again. We know Smicer plays a big role at drafting your opponent into a corner, so we'll see what happens. We get into that match with STAYHIVE and ZEZAS.
I'm excited to see what he brings to the table, man, because, yeah, ZEZAS impresses me every time I see him, and I love his mission statement. He wants to provide incredible games up against the top-level players from all around the world. This is his opportunity to do it, and same for STAYHIVE. Again, one is getting knocked out, and the other is going to be our final participant for the America's Cup. Thompson and Stoic, take it away for our final game today.
Those are your pre-bans, guys, with ZEZAS and STAYHIVE. We get the Water Twin Angels and that Julianne finding its way back down into the pre-ban STAYHIVE with the first pick as we get into our very first match with STAYHIVE and ZEZAS.
Yep, first pick. I'm surprised he didn't pick Ramel and Jedi. He went with Chandra, but Chandra's a great first pick overall as well. ZEZAS not wanting to give STAYHIVE the trinity of RTA right now. Chandra, Velocigar, taking the Velocigar.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. I think it's a very consistent way to draft by splitting those trio up here. Let's see what STAYHIVE is going to be doing. I think STAYHIVE was actually drafting this trio in his previous match that he had earlier on today. And it looks like it will get broken up here. Fire Monkey King getting a little bit of priority right now, and that Viva Chill's coming to light with STAYHIVE. We have Chow being showcased right now by ZEZAS.
Yeah, Chow being a great pick. Also, ZEZAS kind of pivoting into I'm not going to go first turn. And he's kind of playing around Viva Cho really well.
Let's see if that Smicer is going to be the next pick here. Not Smicer. Tessarian's going to get a pick here. Now, Tessarian, I think this is the second time we've seen him today. It's a very good pick, especially where there's only one form of Unity, and it is going to be that Viva Chill.
Yeah, I'm surprised ZEZAS didn't pick a speed lead, but that's just how much pressure Viva Cho puts on your draft.
It does. It puts a lot of pressure. Let's see what these last picks are going to be here, because we do have some pretty good damage coming from ZEZAS. We have a lot of defense breaks we're setting up here as well. I think that Tian Lang is pretty good. I think that Ella seems interesting.
Tian Lang is okay here. Other than Velojewel, I don't see a unit that Tian Lang is kind of good against, right?
I think so. Minato is going to wrap up ZEZAS' draft. We have a lot of single target here, though, and I don't like the Minato as a last pick.
I think Minato actually is gonna take the ban, Minato, and I thought it was gonna be Minato and Ella, but Chow got banned. Let's see how Minato is gonna perform.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Ella does get that ban 24 speed lead for STAYHIVE, and I think that was a defense lead coming out for ZEZAS. Let's see what happens. We get into our very first match with ZEZAS and STAYHIVE. Winner is getting that trip to Vegas, so let's see who wants it more. Chandra's kicking things off here. Turn one.
Yeah, now all eyes on Minato. If he gets accidentally stunned by Despair or Tian Liang, then it looks like STAYHIVE is going to take control of this seat.
Only strip's going to happen there is going to go onto the Sagat. Nothing else is going to be happening to this Tian Lang. So a little bit of poke damage. He's forced to stay on this Minato. Minato has that threat set, has immunity, so it has a little bit of protection here.
Yeah, Minato just seems like it's going to do too much this game.
No reset goes on the Chandra. I mean, it definitely is going to be a problem, because right now it's forcing STAYHIVE to go only after the Minato. And there goes the Fire Monkey King. Fire Monkey King is a lot of STAYHIVE's damage here.
That's what Chow is best for, sucking up a ban.
And it did. It sucked up that ban here. I don't think we have anything we want to use that third skill on, so it's just going to be a little bit of poke damage going towards this Saga here. ZEZAS is sitting pretty right now. He's getting the defense break lined up onto this Viva Chill. We're getting some additional turns, trying to control his team here, getting the provokes out there. That's a lot of damage coming from Tessarian, and we have Minato finishing him off. Minato ended up being a very good unit here.
Yeah, I was surprised Minato didn't get the ban, because it just disrupts STAYHIVE's first turns too much.
And that's exactly what it did. ZEZAS in round one getting his victory.
Great picks by ZEZAS.
Indeed it was. I don't know. Part of me was still not in that world that The Minato was great, but I mean, that proved it right there. It just caused so many problems. The threat state, forcing STAYHIVE to go after this unit and not be able to do what he wanted to. We also didn't see Tian Lang pop off with any of his skills. Like, Tian Lang usually does wonders with that second skill, and we did not see that there.
I would like to disagree with you. Tian Liang never does anything with the second skill. Some people call Tian Liang a fake unit. Yeah, but I wanted Tian Liang come to us, give me a Tian Liang, but still, I'm just saying, I thought come to us. I thought Tian Liang was a really bad pick there. It didn't really do anything for STAYHIVE.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. It didn't do anything for STAYHIVE. I was expecting that skill 2 to really pop off and strip stun a bunch of stuff, and that's not all what happened. But here we are, guys, in our round number 2. We got our pre-bans from last time. Cigar and the Chandra making their way in the pre-ban. ZEZAS with first pick, taking that Village Jewel. STAYHIVE with the Water Twin Angels and that Julianne coming into the draft.
I actually feel like STAYHIVE drafts around Haegang really well, and he's really good at people picking Haegang early into his Ramel and Jediah with paired up with Julianne comp.
Yep, let's see what happens here. There's Tessarian making its way back in the draft. Tessarian had a great showing in that first match, so it's going to be making its way back in here after we see the Fire Pudding Princess and the Tian Lang coming back.
Tessarian also procced out of Armor Break a few times. I like the Tessarian pick, looking at how many passive units STAYHIVE has. This time is a lot of a better showing for Tian Liang. STAYHIVE's looking a lot better this game.
I don't remember a Nephthys. I don't know if you do from ZEZAS, because that's a really interesting pick there coming from ZEZAS. I didn't know he had that, or at least I didn't remember he had that. Juno is catching a pre-ban to no surprise with Nephthys on the other side of the field. And let's see what happens, guys.
Yeah, ZEZAS has Nephthys, Kiara, and Akroma.
Some solid units for sure. We're going to get turn 1 here for STAYHIVE. It's the Water Twin Angels. We're setting up a potential strip in a defense break, and it is going to be landing, but it is going to get cleansed up, of course, by that Haegang.
Heal block coming in huge from Nephthys.
Just a defense break, lots of additional damage rolling into this Nephthys, who is defense broken. We're going to get a third skill coming out of the Village. Village is going to be pushing to his team 3-turn immunity with an additional turn from this Village, taking advantage of the defense break, sitting on top of that Water Twin Angel.
If your Tian Liang doesn't have Will Runes, and along with your whole team, and you let the Nephthys through, it's going to hurt.
It really is. It's going to hurt a whole lot. Now, there is a little bit of sustain on the side of STAYHIVE. You know, the Fire Pudding Princess can do a lot here, so we are going to lose that Nephthys. Nephthys was getting a lot of attention from STAYHIVE, so let's see what happens, because more damage is coming towards these Water Twin Angels. Let's see if he chooses to try to capitalize on the water unit that is defense broken.
Yeah, way to spread the armor breaks around. And that's a huge proc by Oliver, being able to push back units. Tian Liang kind of countering Oliver right now. I would say STAYHIVE is still in it because armor breaks could be landed by Tian Liang. All he's waiting is for armor break to land and Julian to proc.
Exactly that. If he can get that armor breaks, he can really pop off with his Julianne. Of course, the Julianne, you know, really stays on the field here because it's utilizing everybody else's health pools here. This Fire Pudding Prince is going to offer enough sustain to keep everybody alive as well. So 3-turn immunity coming out here from the Veljo, boosting up this team. We don't have a ton of damage on the side of ZEZAS.
Yeah, it's kind of looking really good for STAYHIVE. I like this draft this game a lot better.
No despair stun happening on Tian Lang right now. We got attack bar pushback coming from this Oliver. Of course, our Tian Lang will gain a little bit of attack bar here.
Yeah, as time goes in the battle of attrition, you're going to see STAYHIVE win. Yeah, there you go. STAYHIVE with the win.
Yep. Yeah, just like that. There's just nothing he can do. ZEZAS knew he didn't have the damage to continue that match there and concedes. Well done, STAYHIVE on a round 2 victory.
I think playing against STAYHIVE, you have to have the compulsiveness to kind of like not pick a Haegang, you know, because I know Haegang is a very tempting pick, but he knows how to deal with Haegang really well.
Wow, Velajul finding his way in the pre-ban now by STAYHIVE. That Julianne doesn't surprise me to be down there as a pre-ban. See what the first pick is going to be from STAYHIVE. We're going to prioritize these Water Twin Angels once again.
Yeah, it seems like STAYHIVE's main unit for damage is Julian, so let's just see how STAYHIVE is going to draft against ZEZAS. I think he's going to pick up the Viva Chell here again, along with well, Cigar got taken, so Viva Chell for sure.
Chandra has a first pick, looking at an Ella, and we're going to be seeing the Fire Desert Warrior coming out for STAYHIVE, and a very quick Masha and Chow being drafted by ZEZAS.
Yeah, I don't know about the Ella pick so early, but Ella is always going to do a lot of stuff. I'm not sure about the Ella because Ella just kind of ventilates your units, and he doesn't have a lot of units right now that's like very good with ventilation.
We're also not showcasing a ton of damage right now to be drafting that Nana just yet. I think he has to bring another damage dealer if he's going to take that Nana route. And it looks like we're going to be pivoting. Oof. I wonder if that was a forced draft into the Tian Lang.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he panicked and he just threw out a lot of LDs in that draft.
It does feel like that Tian Lang made his way in a draft that maybe he didn't want it there. The Ragdoll was selected for sure, though. Water Pudding Princess is going to be drafted by ZEZAS. He is going to bring that the Adriana as a last pick.
Yeah, STAYHIVE usually kind of challenges speed a little bit with like speed leads and Viva Chell. I'm really surprised that Viva Chell didn't get through, and ZEZAS really taking advantage of that by picking Adriana and also having the Water Twin Angel in the battle.
Yep, that early Ella ended up catching a ban here, which was quite interesting. He was getting to round number 3. Let's see who has what it takes to get the lead here. We've Water Twin Angels kicking it off here for ZEZAS.
Well, yeah, Ella's going to get the ban when you last pick a Ragdoll in Tianliang.
That is true. So nice stunts. Look at Tian Lang putting in a little bit of work here at that skill too. Getting a stun on the Chow and of course the Water Twin. Chow doesn't care, but the Water Twin Angels.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for like a strip on Masha, because now he could just like armor break and finish off the Masha. Now he couldn't finish off the Masha, but he got a lucky proxy though.
Yep, well, there's that dismount on the Masha. Masha is one of the units that will provide a lot of damage here for ZEZAS. So no more fast link, no more defense break coming from the Masha. We do have a defense break that can be provided by Cigar and the Water Twin Angels, of course, here. So let's see what happens. We have a full team provoke right now. Defense break sitting on top of the Chandra. No crit coming out of that fire unit onto a water unit here. Ragdoll's looking to pummel in that damage on top of the Masha. Chow trying to take advantage of that defense break. Does a ton of damage to Chandra.
Yeah, that was a huge head press by the Cigar because it took out pretty much 7 turns. It provoked AoE and also pushed back 3 units.
Oof, there's the damage right there from the Fire Desert Warrior, able to drop that Masha out here. Looking for a defense break and beautiful additional damage raining onto the Cigar here. Cigar is still alive right now, but the additional turn to kill himself. Chandra's taking all that damage right now from ZEZAS, and we're looking for some stuns. No stuns coming out of the Chandra, but let's see what happens with this Water Twin Angels with a double stun on Tian Lang and Ragdoll.
Yeah, today I really feel the power of LDs.
Look at Tian Lang put in work. Another stun goes out onto the Water Twin Angels. STAYHIVE with these 2 last picks that he was very unsure of ended up working out for him.
Yeah, Tianliang's gonna land armor breaks, and Assure's gonna start healing and dealing armor breaks and gaining incremental value as the game goes on.
Ooh, there's that defense break and a huge torrent coming from Ragdoll. STAYHIVE with a round 3 victory.
Yeah, that armor break that Tianliang lands so consistently did so much for STAYHIVE.
Yep, exactly that. So there's your pre-bans from last time. The Veladrill and the Julian. They are available as we get into round number 4. This is match point for STAYHIVE, and there's your pre-bans, Cigar and Tian Lang. I believe this is the last chance here if STAYHIVE wins this for South America to get a representative here.
Tianliang finally got banned, and he got banned not for his passive, but actually for just his skill 1.
As a consistent defense breaker. So there's your first pick there, coming out of ZEZAS with the Water Twin Angels. STAYHIVE with the Chandra and the Veladrill.
Yeah, because the armor break pairs up really well with Julian. So like last game, he just picked a healer and the armor breaker, and Julian just takes over at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about it. I'll definitely have to worry about that, Tian Lang, especially the skill 2. We actually got value in that match with Tian Lang's skill 2. Oh, whoa, we got Ella coming back here with the Julianne for STAYHIVE. Curious to see what ZEZAS is going to be doing here.
Yeah, you're not too surprised with the Ella pick and the Julian pick for sure. You know he's going to slam that down.
I know he's utilizing these two units a lot here. We have the Ariana coming back. Whoa, a Feng Yen potentially being drafted by ZEZAS. There goes Feng Yen. We have Chow.
The Adriana actually providing one of the best counters for, I want to say not the best counter, but Adriana counters Julian pretty well. So you know he's going to let Julian through the draft.
Ooh, Dominic is a last pick coming out of STAYHIVE. He does lock that unit in. Bans are going to be coming out right here.
Oh, wow. They telegraphed each other.
Yep, there you go. They countered each other. Well, Adriana countering the Julian and knowing that the Adriana was going to get banned out there. There's your bans, guys. We have match point for STAYHIVE. 24 speed lead for both players to get into round number 4 right here with STAYHIVE and ZEZAS.
I understand ZEZAS has 3 single target strips, but then also ZEZAS has 3 single target strips, so ZEZAS has infinite immunity with the pairing of Ella and LADRILLO.
Exactly that, but Smicer may have something to say about it, because Smicer be smicing real early, getting the silence there on top of the Chandra, bombs and stuns going out onto the Veladrill with a little bit of damage coming towards this Dominic. Dominic seems to be the unit of focus right now for ZEZAS.
Yeah, Dominic not being able to land a brand is going to be very huge for ZEZAS.
Ooh, you can really tell ZEZAS wants nothing to do with this Dominic. Dominic providing lots of damage and even a heal block, which is important when you have a Smicer on the other side of the field.
Yeah, indeed. You have... Now we're just waiting for Dominic to proc, right? He's just trying to poke a hole and have the Dominic go.
Oh, man. I actually forgot the cleanse as well. I was like, the heal, but the cleanse happens with that Fire Desert Warrior cleansing the heal block, healing up the Smicer. Smicer is healthy all over again.
Yeah, this is such a great game because it's so hard to kind of beat this Veladrill and Ella combo. They could just go on for infinite amount of turns with infinite immunity and heals. And it was really nice seeing ZEZAS navigate himself through this infinite combo that STAYHIVE has.
Yep. He really is, and I think Smicer and that Fire Desert Warrior were incredible throughout all of that matches. And we have ZEZAS, and he wins his match in round number 4, guys. We're going into a round 5 of our very last match tonight. STAYHIVE versus ZEZAS. Your pre-bans from last time. It is the Cigar, it is the Tian Lang. They are now available as we get into our final match of the day. New pre-bans getting locked in now.
But you know who's going to be unavailable? Julian! That's unavailable.
100% that Julian was going to make its way to the pre-ban there. Veladrill catching a pre-ban by STAYHIVE once again. STAYHIVE with the first pick.
Let's see how ZEZAS is going to deal with Tianliang and Tianliang's sequential attack this game.
Yep, there's the Cigar first pick by STAYHIVE. We have a Chandra and that Fire Desert Warrior. So much priority throughout all of the matches today. Fire Desert Warrior finding himself in first pick territory.
Yeah, sure. It's a pretty good first pick territory because he has a single target strip and 2 turn silence.
I mean, just that cleanse heal from the 3rd skill was incredible to see. I completely forgot about that in a moment, saving that Smicer. But we're laying down some LD Nat 5s from STAYHIVE. It's going to be the Volanta. It's going to be the Ragdoll. To no surprise, seeing a Juno being drafted and the Angela being drafted by ZEZAS.
Yeah, I want to say horrible pick by Volantis because you just set yourself up for a Juno pick like that for ZEZAS. But he did bait ZEZAS out. Now he got Tessarion.
Yep, that is very true. So we have the Tessarion being drafted, which is very, very good here for the Angela and for this Juno as well. See what this last pick from STAYHIVE is going to be. Abelio is quite the unit here. So we are showcasing a little bit of sustain for our team here if we do take any damage, a.k.a. from this Fire Desert Warrior. So Abelio, I do think it's a pretty good pick. I think the Tessarion's very good pick here. Is it really going to be a Feng Yen? Is Feng Yen once again going to be the unit that we see as a last pick and then get taken away and a Chow takes his place?
Yeah, I mean, Abelio is nice and fine. I was just surprised STAYHIVE didn't pick Tianliang in this game. Tianliang was
that is true. So here's your Angela. Angela's catching a ban. Tessarian's going to be catching a ban as well. Feng Yan, I can't believe, is the last unit that we're going to see. The Unfair Bear trying to lock in a win here for ZEZAS. Defense lead comes out for STAYHIVE. Speed lead for ZEZAS. Let's go, guys. We have our final match of the day in our best of 5. Game 5. We have the Silence landing on top of Sagai.
Huge silence, and that's why picking Azure is so good, because on the first turn when they have low runes, you could just strip in silence.
Exactly. It's so good. We have the Provoke landing on top of the Fire Desert Warrior. We have Valantis looking to get glancing across the entire board here. Juno's not going to care one bit. We're trying to set up a defense break with this Feng Yan. It's going to be very tough with that glancing on the field.
Yeah, the whole team don't care about Valantis one bit. From Feng Yan doesn't care about it, Chandra doesn't care about it, Juno doesn't care about it.
Oof. You can really tell STAYHIVE wants to do something about this Fire Desert Warrior. Ooh, excuse me. It's going to be catching a lot of attention from STAYHIVE.
It's just the only target that STAYHIVE to go for, because Feng Yan of his passive, he gets bar every time you hit him, and also Juno of the passive, she heals whenever she has a harmful effect on her.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of harmful effects. That's going to be a lot of sustain happening on this field here. Trying to land some provokes. It's all you can do. Feng Yan's going to be proccing here into a big skill too. We're going to get another additional turn coming out of this Fire Desert Warrior. Fire Desert Warrior with a little bit of hook damage coming towards this Cigar. No Despair Stun from the Juno onto the Cigar as well. Looking for a stun on Chandra, but we finally get an additional turn on the side of STAYHIVE. We're looking to stun up the Chandra.
Yeah, wow, he went for it and he got it. That was awesome.
There's that stun going towards the Abelio as well.
Yes.
Quite impressive. Holy! Everything's going to be revenging there. All the provokes, everything coming towards the Saga there.
Yeah, the Feng Yan was built on revenge, so that was crazy. That he went to test the water and like, oh, all right, confirmed. Feng Yan has revenge.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's see if the stun can happen here with this. The stun didn't matter. The stun didn't matter at all. Valantis tried to shut down a unit. Feng Yan ended up proccing out of that, delivering the killing blow to the Cigar, dropping that unit out here.
I mean, every time you use a Ragdoll, anything can happen, because he could still be in front range and he could kill off the Juno. Juno being the biggest threat right now, because Juno kind of disables the Valantis.
So there's that stun. We have a stun on the Fire Desert Warrior. Fire Desert Warrior being the main unit STAYHIVE has been trying to get rid of this entire time here. So we're looking at a Torrent to deal enough damage. It isn't going to be enough just yet. Nice little skill one goes towards this Valantis. Valantis does not land any stun onto the Juno. So I think we're going to see Fire Desert Warrior finally drop out here from this Valantis.
Yeah, but the Juno is just going to take over. It's going to be hard. Let's see how much damage you could deal to the Juno now.
Exactly that. I think you have to start delivering those big damage hits to the Juno, and I think that's what STAYHIVE knows he needs to do here. So we can heal up our team here with a big skill 3, and he is going to be doing that. So great sustain on the side of STAYHIVE, but again, this Juno is going to be a problem. Again, the hug and the protection from the Chandra slowing them down with the skill 3 is going to be a problem. We've got Feng Yan offering sustain and defense breaks, and just being a tanky unit in general is going to be a problem.
Oh, damage check. Nice damage.
I think Juno handles it really well, though, but it is great damage. I think we can drop the Juno out with the Valantis, and STAYHIVE looking at the swing that he really needed. Oh.
I don't think skill 2 would have killed the Juno, so like he wanted to play patient, which I don't blame him.
Yes, I will agree. I thought he was going to try for it, but it's really tough to get put in that situation right now. So the hug goes out, more sustain goes out towards that Juno. Stun goes out onto the Ragdoll right now. STAYHIVE, he's scrambling right now to do something about this Juno, but he cannot. If he hits that, we're going to get a cleanse from this Chandra, and Chandra's going to be there to essentially stun you back up. We're going to get that Balio dropped out here, and I think this is going to be it. Valantis is going to be dropped. We have a lonely Ragdoll. STAYHIVE, I don't think this is built on Vampire to potentially solo out this match. There's the defense break. No additional turn. ZEZAS, as our Brazilian representative, will get that win here over STAYHIVE and get his ticket to Las Vegas. Well done, ZEZAS.
And that's how he did it. ZEZAS came out on top. He's going to Vegas for the America's Cup, SWC 2024. I love that even without seeing a camera on him, you could tell how excited he was on that last turn when he realized, oh my God, I just won. And like he probably dropped his phone at that last moment there, Thompson. He was probably so stoked, and that's why it took so long for Chandra to get the last hit out.
Yeah, on the most deciding match, STAYHIVE picked Volantis a little bit too early, and of course, ZEZAS is equipped with the tools to handle Volantis if you pick Volantis that early. Definitely can't pick it that early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a little bit of an error there too. I honestly, Stoic, you called it out in the game, but I think that he should have at least, STAYHIVE should have at least tried to land a skill 1 and try to go for the damage on the Juno while she was stunned. I mean, nothing else could have happened. She was already stunned.
So it comes down to one of those moments in honestly in tournament or in SWC where it's like it's a make or break moment. If you don't try for it, you're in a situation where he ended up hugging the Juno and protecting that unit. But at that same time, if he had killed that Juno, I think we'd be singing a different tune. I think he could have like swayed that entire match there, but who's to say what that outcome could have been? Because what ended up happening is Chandra saved Juno and ZEZAS got that victory.
Yeah, and even in the replay, we got to see it again. I really, really love that last moment because ZEZAS like threw down his phone. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm going to Vegas."
That's exactly what that was, by the way.
Yeah,
it couldn't have been more.
No,
correct,
absolutely.
Evan.
It's
celebrated.
Oh, dude, it was 100% a celebration. Like, it was fantastic. And he should be celebrating because he is now qualified to participate amongst the likes of all the players pictured here. These are the 8 that are going to Vegas for the America's Cup for SWC 2024. What a ride this has been, you guys. We have seen so many incredible games from day 1 all the way through here for day 3. And everybody watching at home, I'm so happy to report that now we have even more incredible games to look forward to. October 12th is the date to mark on your calendars. It's in Las Vegas this year. SWC, it's going to be big. This is going to be the moment where we find out who's going to represent our region at the World Finals. And it's what all these players have been playing for all the way from day 1 through the redemption bracket. This has been so cool to watch live, Thompson. And honestly, like, it's been great having you at the caster's desk, man. I can't wait to see you in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm already in Vegas right now, but I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be casting America's Cup. These are going to be some really good matches. We're looking forward to it.
You got there so early, man. Yeah, and you too, Stoic. It's going to be a blast, dude. All of us have something to look forward to on the 12th.
They always are. The live events are a ton of fun here. Not as much fun as this. We have our next code today right down below, guys. Enjoy the rewards, reap those SWC emblems, and hopefully everybody gets to take advantage of the rewards that you can get with those special emblems.
Yeah, make sure you're hoarding the emblems. Get the LD scroll, get the Devilmon, get the Legend scroll. Honestly, probably in that order, to be honest. 2024, we're going to Vegas, everybody. Thank you so much for watching this incredible final day of the prelims. Thank you to Thompson, Stoic, and everybody in chat. Thanks for hanging with us. We'll see you in Vegas. Bye, everybody.